This is going to change. Hey, y'all. Hey, 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 hey. Here I am. Hello. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It is exactly 12:30, the morning of December 11th, 2024. Welcome back to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. And I am your host, Mr. MFM himself, Dr. Randy Short of the Angry Black Men's Book Club. And I hope that I can be an educational ho to you throughout this entire holiday season. I want to announce to you that we will be finishing after all these promises, delays, near death experiences. Damn, my mama getting injured, my mama getting sick, um, my web designer nearly getting killed, just all kinds of stuff happening. But we're here and we ain't gonna give this up. And we're gonna generate this. So I don't know how many of you are gonna show up tonight, but I'm gonna try to get through the last portion of Shirley Chisholm, this book that I've been holding up. I know this has been a hard read. Everything's not gonna be this difficult. It's going to get a lot easier. This is going to be the toughest assignment, but I want to start off with the most difficult book. And then from here, I'm telling you, we're going to be covering the Boule, Black nationalism. Of course, we'll be talking about, we're going to jump into feminism. Maybe I'll do some feminism readings tonight. And we're going to keep this moving. My intention is to present information that's accessible that may not be brought to your attention. We want to help you have a sharper focus at looking at why, in particular, we Black Americans are where we are. So, we're going to cover the gamut. We're going to be looking at religion, looking at gender politics, sex politics. I got books coming, so we're going to deal with coon, sexuality, coons, LGBTQ, GCPs, all of it. But of course, because I'm leading the charge in the feminism abolitionist movement, we need to understand how we've been deceived and tricked. So I'm going to give this a few minutes. Come on in if you will. I sent announcements out, but I know it's rainy, it's cool, it's cold. And this time you guys are knocked out. But I had some of that Rise coffee. And of course, I had other things. And I feel like raising some sand. So I've got my book and I can't wait. I can't wait. And I can't wait. I can't wait. And I'm going to miss my favorite people because everybody's asleep this time. But I promised I would do this. And damn it, I am going to do it. And if I feel really, really, really good, I may do sessions into the morning because this needs to get out. And so, again, welcome. Uh, now these look blue. Nah. People think I'm working for the other team. I got a big pack of glasses. I buy these things by the dozens because I always break the arms on the glasses. I didn't know the shit was going to be blue. I would have been happy with everything to be black or silver or gold trim, whatever. But anyway. So I see y'all coming. And, man. I welcome Brother Fuck Bill Gates, G Mars. Salute to everybody. I just really appreciate y'all. And I promised to get back and do the Shirley Chisler. And this is important for my recovery as a person that's supposedly a heart patient. And I got to like do stuff. So I'm glad that two of you Love and peace to you. And uh, I want to mention in this next segment, we're going to be doing a mix between blacks and guns and black nationalism, feminism, and we're also going to be looking at black traders. That's the Boule, that's the Divine Nine. I would even be looking at how Indians hate some of these Mongoloid Indians have dogged we black Indians or FBAs, whatever you want to call us. And I have stuff on GCPs. Oh, yes, I do. And I want to respond to you, Obama. I saw the Netflix, uh, and if Obama and them have another thing on Netflix, I'm not surprised. But he's a degenerate. I'm opposed to him. I don't care what anybody says. To hell with Obama and Manshell. They've done so much damage to us. And yes, you can do something. All the stuff that they're doing for illegals now is reparations. So you can't tell me that they can't do things for us. They won't do it. Inasmuch as I have a quorum of five, I should give it another minute or two to make certain it comes in. Greetings to all five of you. Greetings to all five of you. And send this out if you can. Let people know I am back. I said I would. And I'm trying to think. I'm on page 230. And how far do I need to go? I need to go to from 230. I don't want to cover that. I'm not doing all of this. Mm-mm. Oh, hell no, I'm not. Oh, look at her. Oh, this is a scary ass picture. Damn, this is scary. Shirley Chisholm with her husband. She looks scary. Damn. Well, she actually looks halfway attractive there, but still, it's too late. Bad impressions already been made. Um, I don't want to deal with that. So I need to cover exactly, um, let me see. Uh, do I want to do that? Um, I may not want to do, I may just have one. Okay, your device doesn't have enough free storage for this file. Okay, hold on one second. Uh, Cause I'm not thinking about y'all. I'll put this shit up on Twitch. I don't care. I don't care. Hold on, get off here. Get me off this. That's all right. I will. Let me tell you, I'm trying to get my other stuff done. Yeah, I'm not going to have to wait much longer. In fact, I'm not going to. I have so little of Shirley Chisholm left. I don't even have to really worry about it, which is really, really beautiful. Now, what should I do? No, 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 no. I'm gonna put this up on Instagram. I'm not. I don't care. I don't care. Where is it? Where is damn Instagram? I just saw you, bitches. Here it is. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna do that again. Duh. Keep. Keep. I'm trying. Hold on one second. Okay. Where? Hold 1 second. One more second, guys. I'm just trying to see something. Because if you exit now, you will lose this media. Okay. I'm going to do it somewhere else. Hold on. These people give me a game. I'm not playing with y'all. Okay. Video. Okay. Hmm? Why is that showing that? Okay. Okay. It's exactly 10 minutes into it. Hey, Marty Jones. And let me see what I can do with Telegram. Okay. I've got chapter 15. We're going to do chapter 15 and chapter 15 and 16 in this service. I may even go up to I'm gonna go up to chapter 18. Let me see if I can do 70 pages of this. So again, welcome to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. This is the finale of the Beauty Isn't Skin Deep. This is our reading on Shirley Chisler. Thank you, all of you wonderful people, El Negro Hotep, Fuck Bill Gates, Torrance Jarrell, all of you. There's a total of 5, but and then there's one over here. I don't know who it is on the live here, but hello. And of course, thank you, Marty Jones. And I'm putting this up on, okay, next. Let me see. I'm going to put this back up on, okay, when I get ready, I'm going to read. Anyway, 6 people. We're not going to wait anymore. So, again, I got another copy of this. Let me see if I can slide it out and keep my other one in. Yep, I was. This is the book. If you check it out from the library, it's dense reading. Unless you're just a freak to collect stuff. This is Anastasia Kerwood's Shirley Chisholm. So, thank you, Brandon, Torrance, all of you. I'm in chapter 15. I'm going to try to read 71 pages. Here we go. And this is dealing again, we're starting back to 1972, which is 52 years ago, right? Where Shirley Chisholm is the first Caribbean American to run for president, first Caribbean American woman as a pro-gay, pro-abortion, pro-feminist, liberal, people of color, intersectionality feminist. You wonder how we got screwed up. And it began to happen right with this campaign. All right. Chisholm's road through the primaries in the first half of 1972 brought her Black feminist power politics to all corners of the continental United States. The campaign was like her usual lecture circuit, but with many more appearances, and this time with a concrete goal of shifting political power. New audiences encountered the Chisholm mystique and were swept into action by her charisma. She exposed each audience to her Black feminist power political vision. Every location where Chisholm campaigned was its own political ecosystem, and dialogue with others through the conduit of Chisholm for president. The effort drew in new voters and activists, some of whom would remain in politics for the rest of their lives. Chisholm herself became a truly national figure in the process, with a national reputation and a new platform for her ideas. The point of campaigning in states was to get delegates for the 1972 Democratic National Convention in Miami. Delegates would be the currency for the negotiations there. Empowering a Black feminist political agenda required obtaining loyal delegates, state by state. A contested convention was expected, The candidates in a narrow contest might be willing to make promises in exchange for delegate votes. Each state's Democratic Party made the rules for how delegates were apportioned from the results of that state's primary. Chisholm hoped that by focusing strategically on states that might have a block of voters behind her, she would win delegate representation at the convention. Chisholm hit the trail in January and began the rounds of a handful of states that she hoped would yield a substantial delegate count. She was already registering in the national polls, though in small amounts. Gallup showed that Ed Kennedy was in the lead, but he had not declared his candidacy. If Kennedy had not been included in the tally, she had 2% nationwide, suggesting that she and Kennedy were attracting some of the same voters. The electoral launch of the campaign before the setting out was on the school auditorium of Bedford-Stuyvesant's Concord Baptist Church on January 25th. The audience of about 500 was filled with Black women and students from the church's elementary school. Chisholm began with a statement that was a manifesto for Black feminist power politics. Her stance at the intersection of race and sex allowed her to define herself as a universal people's candidate. Universal meaning for everybody, not just Blacks. Quote, I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States. I am not the candidate of Black America, although I am Black and proud. I am not the candidate of the women's movement of this country, although I am a woman and I am equally proud of that. I am not the candidate of any political bosses or special interests. I stand here now without endorsements from any big name politicians or celebrities of any kind of prop. I do not intend to offer you the tired and glib cliches which have for too long been an accepted part of our political life. I am a candidate of the people, and my presence before you now symbolizes a new era in American political history. The speech showed off her eclectic speaking style and expressed her faith in the promise of American democracy for all. She pointed out that the federal government had made fundamental mistakes such as Vietnam and an economic policy that left behind millions of citizens in unemployment or poverty. She blamed the Nixon administration for these problems and lifted up the American people as those who would save the nation, specifically naming women, Blacks, Browns, Indians, Orientals, and youth as members of this vanguard. She believed that people would move beyond racism and sexism to vote for a non-white, non-male candidate. Indeed, a new sensibility would lead them to demand substantive change. In her vision of a new America, citizens would be free from war and violence, poverty and discrimination, and would have access to the fundamental necessities of life, such as housing, health care, jobs, clean water, and clean air. She ended with a specific plea for those who had previously felt left out of politics to join her. The campaign had an undeniable energy and optimism. Responses to the announcement were ecstatic in some quarters. The New York Times editorial board was approving. Chisholm did not harbor false hopes of winning the nomination, the editorial acknowledged. Rather, Chisholm projects herself as a symbol and a spokesman for what ought to be rather than what is. Chisholm may well have been pleased with the essay's closing remark. Hers is a venture in the politics of hope. But other press opinions were lukewarm at best. The New York Times also warned that perhaps it would be best for Black Americans to concentrate their efforts behind a man they regard as the best on a whole range of issues, implying that Chisholm's womanhood had somehow limited her relevance on the issues. The Amsterdam News declined to endorse her. Quote, while we welcome her candidacy, the editors wrote, we are not at this point prepared to offer an editorial endorsement of Congresswoman Chisholm. Boston Globe columnist Martin Nolan was fairly dismissive. He predicted McGovern and Lindsay's campaigns would be crippled by her declaration and saw her and McCarthy as equally frivolous. And he said she was, quote, defeatist, close quote, for acknowledging that Nixon had the silent majority vote. An anonymous Globe editorial wisecracked that Chisholm weighed only 98 pounds, but many presidents have been lightweights. Columnist Mary McGrory noted that some of the members of the Black Caucus are mourning in private that a symbol of their centuries-long matriarchal dominations should be their standard bearer. Bolstered by the enthusiastic reception she got at the campaign launch speech, Chisholm mounted her campaign. She would campaign heavily in Florida, Massachusetts, California, and New York, with smaller efforts in North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and New Jersey. She knew that she had to generate delegates, the purpose of any presidential political campaign. Therefore, she tended to choose states that had a lot of delegates available and awarded them proportionately. But she also wanted to get new voters involved to empower women and Black and brown, young and poor people to use electoral politics as a way to improve their own lives. Therefore, she campaigned in states where it was difficult to win delegates if there was a local campaign organization that gathered enough funds. The candidate carried her own dreams as well as those of many newly energized organizers and voters. Florida. Chisholm was pleasantly surprised by the large amount of support she received in the South. In Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia, white supporters established campaign offices, belying the warnings of those who said she would not receive any Southern support and that she should write the region off. In contrast to waffling liberal politicians in the North, she recalled Southern politicians would give their unstinting support once they had pledged it to a candidate. 4 years later, there would still be a Chisholm for President groups in some Southern states. Later in life, she reflected her travels to the South had pushed her to think about people as humans and not labels. While it was true that most formal political power was held by white men who were indifferent or hostile to her agenda, there was a diverse coalition of Southerners who worked hard on expanding democracy in their states. Chisholm was convinced to run in Florida due to a coalition that included Black women, political activists, students, and feminists. Their enthusiasm led Chisholm to think that there was potential for her to get some of Florida's 81 delegates in the March 12th primary. She had strong support in the Northern Panhandle, as well as enthusiasm from women in the international city of Miami down south. Gwen Cherry, the state representative who had passionately advocated for her at the Congressional Black Caucus Conference in the previous November, was the campaign's engine in Florida. Cherry called Chisholm's Washington office and explained to the Congresswoman that Chisholm for President organization were ready to swing into action in several parts of the state if I would say the word. Chisholm agreed to try a concentrated campaign in the state. She set out for a tour of North Florida during the first week of 1972. She discovered there that local Black politicians, especially men, were lukewarm, but students and women were enthusiastic. Her devoted core constituency of Black and white students, white feminists, and Black women activists was helpful in the uphill battle, and they welcomed her enthusiastically. Her strategy was to visit with Black and women's organizations, including the National Organization for Women, NOW, local chapters, and speak on college campuses. There would even be some dancing at a Miami nightclub. The January tour brought her to a largely white audience at the Florida State University that turned out 2,000 strong and another excited audience at Florida A&M, a historically Black university. A Florida liberal caucus in late January would award McGovern 83% of the vote and Chisholm 8. Providing some cause for hope. However, Chisholm's effectiveness on the stump was undermined by the disorganization and discord within the campaign organization. Campaign offices had opened in several cities, but volunteers were very difficult to coordinate. The initial state coordinator quit in frustration because volunteers on the ground could not stop fighting, and also because he thought this was a real amateur campaign. Nobody was fully in charge. Some tasks were done multiple times while others were neglected. Press were directed to show up at the wrong locations. Volunteers forgot to invite members of the community to campaign stops. In an infamous incident, a white driver and a black driver both arrived at the Cocoa Beach airport to pick Chisholm up. When I came off the plane, came down the ramp, I saw these two groups apart and sensed something was wrong. What the two groups were fighting about was whose motorcade, the black men's or the white men's, Chisholm would ride in. They forgot me for a moment and they were tearing up. It was embarrassing. So I saw a little white man standing on the side, and he was there for me. He had spelled my name wrong. Chisholm for president, and he spelled it Chizum. But nonetheless, he was there for me, president, and he was so excited by everything else that was going on. So I went over to him, and when they saw me get into the man's car, all of them ran for their cars, trying to run after me. It was so funny because I couldn't stand there any longer and deal with this kind of fight that was going on. In other states, the volunteers were heterogeneous and sometimes unconventional group. One of her two remaining staff members didn't know how to dress. He wore a lot of hippie clothes, but he was so sincere and very committed and hardworking. He understood his habit of going barefoot in shorts and in a ratty t-shirt might harm Chisholm's image, so he tended to stay in the background. Although there were a number of hippies who worked for her, Chisholm recalled that all kinds of people worked tirelessly for the campaign. She was amused by visiting satellite offices and seeing the variety of people who would walk in. Robert Gottlieb, her other staffer, was very young but made up for it with intelligence and energy. There were also internal divisions over priorities in South Florida. Chisholm had a devoted group of white women working for her. On the one hand, they successfully coordinated media attention and other aspects of her visit. On the other hand, they prioritized abortion, child care, and equal rights for women at the expense of other Black feminist priorities. They also appointed themselves as gatekeepers to the candidate, which left other parts of the Chisholm coalition fuming. Chisholm thought that this was due to the women's past exclusion from political politics, but the women, unlike Black activists, find it hard to believe that they have a great deal to learn about political organizing. As for Spanish speaking supporters, whom Chisholm had thought would be numerous in Miami, they were relatively few among the sometimes conservative Cuban refugees. Florida was George Wallace's country, and he would eventually win the state's primary, almost 30 points ahead of his next challenger. The reason for such a wide margin of victory was school integration. And Florida, white anti-busing proponents had responded to a recent federal decision that mandated busing with the ballot initiative to amend the state's constitution. Unsurprisingly, Wallace's strength in the state was directly related to his stand in the schoolhouse door, his public opposition to the integrating of the University of Alabama in 1963, and now to busing in 1972. He also appealed to Southern Democrats who remained loyal to the party, even as they deplored the recent civil rights legislation, promising that he would move the Democratic Party rightward again. The focus on busing carried over to the presidential primary. On every side of her visits to the state, Chisholm took questions related to her own stance on busing to integrate public schools. She was, as it turned out, not a proponent of busing, though not for the same reasons Wallace opposed it. She criticized busing on the grounds that it was not an effective way to provide an equal education to children across racial lines. As she wrote in The Good Fight, simply moving children from one school to another would not correct the root cause of segregation, which was racism that trapped black families in poor housing with underfunded schools. However, she was all too aware that any criticism of busing would be seized upon by segregationists as support for their cause. Therefore, she addressed the underlying premise of busing in her responses. If schools were more equal to begin with, busing would not be necessary. However, an artificial solution was better than none. Furthermore, black and brown children have been bused to schools far from their homes for years with no public outcry. Her candor drew praise from an unexpected source. George Wallace himself remarked that at least Chisholm says the same things in Chicago that she says in Florida. He was not the only one that noticed what Chisholm and Wallace had in common. James Bevel, I need to mention he was convicted for molesting and raping his own daughters. James Bevel from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. James Bevel joined the Mooney cult. James Bevel, who organized the young black people to be arrested in Birmingham in 1963, just 9 years before. That's who James Bevel is. A strategist, but he's basically a pedophile version of Bayard Rustin, or as I say, Gaytard Bustin. Can you say Gaytard Busting, boys and girls? Gaytard Bustin. Gaytard Bustin. Put that in your vocabulary. And so let me go back. James Bevel, formerly of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, thought that a Wallace Chisholm ticket would be one that could honestly represent the people. Although his idea was immediately dismissed by Chisholm, suspicions that she was collaborating with Wallace would persist. A photo montage, Alfred Gescheit, added Chisholm's and Wallace's heads to figures in Grant Wood's American Gothic, entitled his creation, Politics Makes Strange Bedfellows. Florida's existing black male political establishment was not impressed with Chisholm. This seemed to stem from hostility to the idea of a woman running for president, or worries about seemingly to be led by a Moynihan-esque black matriarch. Older black men would tend to watch silently as she made campaign stops. The New York Times Magazine writer described those skeptical voters' behavior. She is tasted like new foods. Voters ask her what her husband thinks and what kind of education she has, whether she would favor blacks over whites. Some black voters were outwardly supportive and showed up at rallies, but would not make an effort to vote or raise money for Chisholm. The state NAACP Field Secretary Marvin Davies predicted that Chisholm would not win much of the black vote. Quote, they admire her for taking the mystique off the presidency, but I don't think blacks in Florida right now feel that they're ready for a lady president, close quote, he commented. A local Miami official said that Chisholm might gain a sympathy vote, but that intelligent people that I have heard talk are going to cast their ballots for Humphrey and some for Muskie. Other unnamed black leaders complained that Chisholm was, quote, putting blacks on the spot, and some cases neutralizing blacks who otherwise would have supported white candidates, close quote. They felt pressured because they did not want to be accused of being Uncle Tom's, close quote, for not supporting her, but wanting to back a candidate that they thought could win. At least one local black politician was overtly hostile. Alcee Hastings. He's a long-term Florida congressman that has died within the last year or two. By the way, he was one of the people that suggested on the floor of Congress that perhaps pedophiles should be covered by hate crime laws. Alcee Hastings. He's deceased. Um, he was in the Congressional Black Circus. He wasn't a congressman then, but he became a congressman. Alcee Hastings was a fiery civil rights lawyer and candidate for the U.S. Senate. He had worked on school desegregation office cases from his office in Fort Lauderdale. He had been horrified by Wallace's strong showing in the 1968 Florida primary and worked to no avail on Governor Reuben Askew to convince him to run for president. Chisholm, however, was undeserving of Hastings' support, he said, because, quote, she hadn't done her homework and she's simply not known in Florida among blacks, close quote. After flirting with the idea of supporting Lindsay and a brief stint supporting Muskie, Hastings decided to mount a favorite son candidacy himself in 1972. When Chisholm announced her intent to run in Florida, he was dismayed. He angrily withdrew, stating that he would rather vote for Wallace than Chisholm. He sent 500 letters urging black activists and leaders across the state to vote for Muskie. Just after the primary, he would opine that black Floridians did not want to vote for her because she represented the black matriarchy. Later in life, he explained his lack of support was simply because he did not believe she could win and did not want to support her just because she was black. This was not the cause of personal dislike. He said later in life, he remembered Chisholm's campaign as an engine of change. There were also strong allies. Two black lawyers facilitated 2 days of events in North Florida: rallies, speeches at businesses and colleges, and media interviews. They thought attracting black voters to the Florida Panhandle, which had more in common with the Deep South than in Miami, would substantially improve her showing in the state. They invited a host of Chisholm's Brooklyn supporters from Brooklyn, including William Thompson, now a city council member. They chartered the bus, the Chisholm Express, for Chisholm and her entourage. Aboard the bus, the mood was jovial, and regularly a blonde haired girl with a thick southern drawl would strum her guitar and sing the campaign song that she had written. At Florida's junior college in Jackson, she spoke to about 375 applauding students. The bus stopped in other towns with large black populations: Quincy, Gretna, and Marietta, and the campaign held rallies at their courthouse squares. Chisholm was struck by the heavily rural character of the area and the obvious poverty that mere statistics did not convey. She preached her vision of a coalition between black, Indian, Chicano, poor, and women voters, and campaign workers passed buckets for coins and dollar bills. In Quincy, a mostly black crowd of 1,200, many of whom were elderly, cheered with black power salutes. The SCLC's Ralph Abernathy took to the podium to make a statement of endorsement, and Mariana, about 300 supporters, overwhelmingly black, cheered for her on the spot where Wallace would hold a rally later the same day for about 500 white people. Chisholm was nearly overwhelmed by the symbolism of her speaking from the steps of the building that represented oppression to black Americans, with a nearby statue of a Confederate soldier holding a rifle that seemed to be almost pointing at me. A feeling came over me about the courthouse, she wrote, a place for fear a place of fear for blacks for 100 years, where white justice had been dealt out to them. The symbolism was not lost in their audience, one of whom told her he never thought he'd see a black speaker on the courthouse steps. Wallace was a runaway winner in Florida with 41%. Humphrey was a distant second. Lindsay won with 6.5%, and Chisholm won 3.5% with 43,989 votes, beating McCarthy, Mills, and Yorty. She also spent $13,000 in the state, far less than the estimated $500,000 that Lindsay, Humphrey, Muskie, and Jackson had. Although Chisholm forged ahead undaunted, the fact that black voters had not come out decisively for her was likely a disappointment. Chisholm was already finding the campaign trail to be draining. Her days in Florida were 14 hours long and included endless campus speeches and media appearances. And one interview in Miami, she seemed to break. I am tired. I am tired of fighting. Fighting all the time, she lamented. I just bought a fabulous home in the Virgin Islands and I just want to sit in a rocking chair and look at the sky. When this attracted negative press attention, Bob Gottlieb had to explain that she felt pulled in two directions by women and black voters, and that while she had strong support from college voters, the big boys are hitting her on the head. He went on, she's very resilient and managed her energy well on the campaign trail. The interview occurred after other appearances, and she was tired and let slip some candid comments, he explained. But Chisholm's remarks showed just how exhausting the battle for delegates was, and there were some other states to go. Massachusetts. Chisholm was drafted into the April 25th Massachusetts primary. 102 delegates were at stake. A group of Chisholm supporters in the state initiated the campaign. They drafted her through a liberal state caucus in January. Chisholm's campaign had not committed to the caucus, and Chisholm herself was already scheduled elsewhere on the date. But a group of Chisholm backers, led by Black Cambridge City Council member Sandra Graham, planned to use the caucus to persuade Chisholm to run in the state. They also hoped that Black people would participate in the primary and help win a seat in the Massachusetts legislature for Boston activists. And I can tell you the name. The name is Byron. Turn the page, and it's going to say Rushing. Byron Rushing, who I know from Boston. Wow, I didn't know this. McGovern won that caucus with 60%, but Chisholm was a strong second with 23%. Chisholm's success was a surprise that bolstered the Chisholm supporters. Chisholm herself telegrammed praise for the Massachusetts team from California, impressed by the strong showing. McGovern's team decided to negotiate with her Chisholm counterparts about possibly joining forces. McGovern was worried that the Democratic race in Massachusetts was going to be an uphill climb, and his campaign was willing to negotiate coalition slates. A new state law would allow delegates to vote for whoever won in their district and allow the candidates to concentrate their campaign and districts where they thought they could win. Eventually, Democrats in 4 congressional districts formed coalition slates of Chisholm and McGovern supporters. Graham was named the statewide chair of the campaign. Graham, a working class Black activist, had a strong commitment to Chisholm's Black feminist power agenda, built the campaign from scratch. There was Wendy Kerwood, treasurer, weekly unlocked the campaign headquarters, a small storefront located next to a motorcycle shop at 229 River Street in Cambridge. The headquarters had no furniture, so when Wendy collected modest donations from the mailbox, she seated herself on the floor to sort it. She was a white Boston University student married to Steve Kerwood, a Black journalist who graduated from Harvard in 1969. These are probably her parents, guys, because her name is Kerwood. Both of them were 24 years old and excited to be caught up in grassroots movement to elect a candidate who more than any of the others could stand for them. Convinced by the enthusiasm of her supporters, Chisholm decided to run in Massachusetts and made her way to the state in February. Chisholm announced her official Massachusetts primary campaign candidacy to 300 to 400 people in the gym of Cambridge Community Center. A small portion of the audience were white liberals and women's liberation activists, but the majority were Black. Many were women, and their children attended too. The speech hit Chisholm's talking points about the coalition. It's time for the have-nots in this country to get together, she exclaimed. I decided it was time when the powerless and the helpless did not have to select the lesser of two evils and choose between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. She drew parallels between the Latino people of the Southwest, Indian reservations, Black people stuck in segregated neighborhoods, and the Appalachians in coal mining towns.
What difference does it make if you are white or black? She asked. You're both suffering. She reiterated her plan for influencing the agenda at the DNC and demanded a black vice president, a woman as the Secretary of Health and Education and Welfare, and an indigenous Secretary of the Interior. Her comments were met with a chorus of right on, sister. She then took a walking tour of Harvard Square. As she campaigned in the streets, a campaign worker preceded her shouting, "Step right up, here's Shirley Chisholm. Harvard Square will never be the same again." On her next trip to the state in March, she visited the heart of Black Boston, Roxbury, for a rally at Charles Street AME Church. Community organizer Elma Lewis introduced her and her delegates and then launched into one of her speeches. Precisely what happened next has been told in multiple versions, but all the stories agree that a group of gay men in drag, wearing their Sunday best, entered the church to hear the candidate, and they shouted encouragement. Hiya, Shirley. Tell him, Shirley. Tell him. Her initial response was embarrassment, not because the men were gay, but she feared the congregation would not take her campaign seriously if her supporters violated the church decorum by shouting. It was very, very embarrassing to me, she admitted. And at the same time, it struck my funny bone. I had to prevent myself from laughing. The black people are very conservative oriented, anyhow, and these gays had taken up their church for Sunday morning. Chisholm used the opportunity to engage in some coalition organizing. I told the people in the church, don't forget that gays are human beings too. She variously remembered that there were 21 or 60 visitors in drag. We went through the sermon, and the minister went through the sermon really quickly. And honey, I got out of there fast, and I got on the sidewalk, and there was a whole group that made a big semicircle, and they had me in a semicircle, and they were hugging me, and I will never forget that. The men were aware that Chisholm was the only candidate who had a non discrimination against LGBTQ people as part of her platform. This is where it started. This is how we got Obama. This is how we got all this stuff. It started with Shirley Chisler. Shirley Chisler, a tether, started this. And look at how the black church gets invaded by drag queens. And and she see and let me just shut up. One of them said that he was aware of the conservative attitudes about black gay people in black church. So these are white gays invading a black church for Shirley. The same way she's forming a coalition with them in 1972 is the same way the Congressional Black Circus and Reverend Barbecue, that big fat greasy preacher from North Carolina, all of them, in order to get power in the political party, betray the black base to reach out to these out groups who can give or take and use black people, not because they care about us, but they want to be affirmed and stuff that we don't necessarily support. Who cares if you screw someone? We need to eat. We need to live. We need housing. We need food. We don't want to get killed. Who cares if you're sucking or licking a dick? Maybe Shirley does. One of them said that he was aware of the conservative attitude about gay people in black churches. He wanted to tell the congregation to support gay people. Not that gay people supported black people, but we owe them support. We owe them. In fact, our support is a form of reparations for people who are not morally, ethically aligned with us. Shirley Chisler, pork chop feminism. This is killing us, and it started with the out of line, off code sister talking enough black but they're talking black and brown, intersectionality, all the stuff. And yet you need black people while you're willing, because you have another country. You like to have a house of the Virgin Islands. You don't have a house in the United States. You're from the islands. You were taking your ass back there. See what I'm saying? Chisholm had built up a following among students and in the cities of Cambridge, Boston, and Springfield. In several visits to the state, she spoke to students at Simmons College, Boston University, Harvard, Springfield State College, and Boston State College, now the University of Massachusetts, Boston. She also courted local feminists and black activists, the Feminist Party, the Eastern Massachusetts National Organization of Women, and the Boston NAACP. Let me just say real fast, the Boston chapter of the NAACP pioneered getting the blacks in the NAACP and the middle class black people to betray the black masses in order to get white liberal money, respectability, and inclusion. It's in the Edward Bernays papers at the manuscript division of the United States Library of Congress. I have a copy somewhere. This is this. I'm just telling you. You know. Okay. I mean, God help me. Oh Jesus, this is so terrible. Anyway, she held a press conference, dropped into radio stations, and took advantage of the free TV time for all primary candidates in the state by visiting major network affiliates. She said in one interview that she had hoped that half of her pledged delegates in Massachusetts would win, despite lack of funding for the campaign. She was not beholden to large donors, however, and not dismayed by the lack of endorsements from those in power, because she was the kind of person that threatens holders of power. My power is from the people. In a column published on the day of the Massachusetts primary, Chisholm wrote that blackness is an attitude, not one of style, words, and appearance, but a genuine desire to see all people out of poverty and empowered equally. So here you have a tether defining what blackness is. In fact, black Americanness, because you're not speaking solely as you the majority of the people in the country, black, you're making reference to black Americans. So you're saying what we're about is everybody getting. See this universal stuff, which means you diffuse black people in everybody's struggle. Shirley Chisler. Shirley Chisler. I need to say to you, Obama did run on gay shit, sir. If you did not research the Obama campaign, you should. Obama was definitely super pro gay. And I would challenge you, sir, to go in and to YouTube and Google Obama Human Rights Campaign. I think it's 2009. And I can tell you the line. I can do a good Obama impression. Right after Obama got elected, and the Human Rights Campaign is here in D.C. It is the basically the sodomite NAACP and National Asshole Network and all that around one, all up in one rectum. And Obama said, um, I can see a day where love between two people of the same sex is equally admirable as that between men and women. That's a quote. Obama said they're working towards a day where people see two guys bumping dicks or two broads munching carpet as equal to heterosexual love. That came off of Obama's mouth. In fact, I can take, since I'm not using this phone, I can pull up and get the date of this thing, because people need to do their research. Obama and them let you know that he was for the LGBT cause from the very get go. From the very, very get go. The Pritzkers, the Governor Pritzker, who is gay, of Illinois, His sister was the main one that put up the money for Obama. Obama was owned by the gays. This is known. People knew Obama was gay at Harvard. I mean, in 1988. Okay, Obama was stripped of his position, allegedly, of the Harvard Law Review for sexually harassing white men on staff. This is something I had heard as a Harvard student in 1990, 89 or 90. I'm just telling you. What do you mean you didn't know? What went on is that black people did the same thing for Obama that they did for Biden. Anybody that challenged the sellout respectability coons, the niggas who are against us, anyone that would tell the truth, Cynthia McKinney, anybody that would tell the truth, anyone that would tell the truth got steamrolled. And black folks caught up in their bullshit emotionalism and the phoniness that characterizes and the cowardly trashiness of us as a collective. The true heroic black people that stand on principle and tell the truth are the fucking outcasts in our community. We're a despicable lot of people because the great people in our community are the rejects. The trash black people are the heroes. Why? Because we're like pigs, we're like hogs. We shit where we eat and we like garbage and we'll eat anything. And that should change. There were plenty of people that told the truth about Obama. They tried. I was one of those people. We tried. Nobody wanted to hear. And the same way people got shut down over Biden. And oh man, it's gonna be good. And when he fucked up the first term, oh, this second term, y'all just said, man, he can't help. I mean, you didn't think a black president was gonna do anything for black people. You had to give him time. He's gonna help us the second term. He's coming. Come on, y'all. Y'all think he's taking all this pressure for us? And he's out of office, and the only thing he's advocated is for illegals and gays. He has stabbed our backs. Our backs should be Salisbury steak or cube steak that been so many knives put in it. It's despicable. We're despicable. And then when COVID came up, the same people, oh man, just believe, I'm not going to ask in. There's this fat, greasy, light-skinned bitch that got up and said, I don't want to know about the ingredients in the you-know-what. I don't care about whether it's been approved. I don't want to know about the lack of testing. I'm just going to roll up my sleeve and I'm going to take the shot. And that was put up as leadership, meaning I don't care, I don't want to know. And it was an irrational, fat, black bitch that said this. And they knew to put a woman up there because we don't hold women accountable because we all like pussy, or at least a good half of us do. So people with pussies, we all in the trench warfare. So we're not going to quit. Well, she kind of got a big ass. Well, she's probably telling the truth. And the people that hate our guts, black men, know that we're that damn weak and stupid. White men never, and I'm certain white men like pussy. They like everybody's people's pussy, and they fuck them in too. They never let white women rope them in. They won't even let a white woman be president. They won't even let a white woman be vice president. Think about all the black people that got behind a black woman running for president that didn't even have a black first agenda. That never happens with white people. Never. Only we do it. Black men, I don't know, maybe because so many of us are bastards that grew up without fathers, we don't know how to think like men. That's why I came with the term fagonist. Are you a fagonist? Basically, you might be straight, but you think like a gay woman. You got like a sodomite mind. You have a way of always being against manhood. You're just like the women that all lie about the paternity of the children, that lie in family court. that lie on the police if they get mad at their boyfriend. If his voice even sounds like he's asserting an opinion, call him to have the police take his ass away to court or to jail. But if they're in a relationship with a woman beating their ass 24/7, they absorb it. Studs don't call the police on each other. But even little sister have just want to be mad at you and lie on you. And make up something and have your ass taken away and ruin you, ruin your credit, get your car booted, just lose your job because she wanted to kill your baby. Wouldn't hook up with the dude with the child, but will be a surrogate mother to another stud that kicks her ass and raise someone else's bastards and cool with cooking and cleaning and shit, but wouldn't do it for you. Don't want you to have another woman. Don't don't want to give you pussy because they're tired all the time, but want you to subsidize her screwing another woman and then call you sexist. No other group of men put up with such. Never. And that's our fault. It's not theirs. And the same bitch ass men who know that shit, they deserve combat pay with pussy privileges for what's going on. Criticize men that do the passport, who don't fight, who don't beat, that don't abuse, and say, I'll go somewhere else. I surrender. You guys have all the power, all the authority. You, the queen. I'll go somewhere else. Will attack a man that doesn't want to put up with that, call him weak. And yet, these same brothers can't even form a marriage because these broads are too unruly. But let these same broads get in a relationship with the white woman and they're all submissive. Submissive to a white woman, submissive to a white man, submissive to a Latino man, submissive to an Arab man, submissive to everybody but you, submissive to an African or Caribbean. Just not you. And then when the brother says, well, if I can't get any respect, that's how it is. I get it, slavery. Let me go and meet someone else that wants to be my wife and not a fucking roommate who's a part-time fuck buddy. And then you attack him because the bitch in you. You're like the bitches trying to tell the passport brothers what they can or cannot do. Until you get fucked up in child and family court, until some broad shears your nuts off, and then you, who've been emotionally unavailable, not concerned, not involved, it's a fucking crime that black men don't have a major national fathers' rights movement. Why? Because when a dude sees another dude taken to the cleaners by a broad, well, it didn't happen to me, until he gets fucked. This individualism, and black men, you know who also individualistic? Gays. Your manhood structure for us is identical to rogue gays. The only difference is you like pussy. Grow the fuck up. Okay. Blackness is an attitude, not one of style, words, and appearance, but a genuine desire to see all people out of poverty and empowered equally. Yeah, right. So she made a dig at black nationalists. So notice this Caribbean tether attacks black Americans who want to bring us together as an ethnic group. All the time she identifies as a Caribbean, a Barbadian, right? But when we say foundational black American, that's bad. Why? Because if we coalesce, outsiders can't come in and manipulate us. Shirley Chisholm. And all you pork chops out there, you're nothing but bed wenches to white supremacy. And I'll tell you, for black men to run after and beg for pussy from a bed wench to white supremacy, it's a thankless proposition. It's a dead end street that you may get some pussy in. Yes, I'm going to make y'all unhappy. I'm not going to make you love me. I'm going to make your asses think. Reality is painful. That's why black people like drugs and alcohol and cigarettes and weed and escapism. You can't escape it. It's the same way. You know why Negroes die from venereal diseases and shit in a way that other people don't?
That's because Negroes have this thing. If I get like syphilis, it'll just go away. Ooh, look, there's no more rash on my dick. I guess I'm okay. Ooh, there's no lynch rope on my neck. I guess there's no racism. Well, they used to kill us 30 years ago, but it's kind of stopped. Who the hell told us that? I've even heard people, I think we should be beyond all of that. Who gets beyond an economic system based on our subordination and oppression and genocide and erasure? If that's how the system's structured, when is a car going to turn into a motorcycle? When is a penis going to be made into a vagina, even if you hack the shit off? Ask some of the trans out there. And they have regret after they get their titties and everything cut off. Sure they do. Okay. She made a dig at black nationalists. Listen to this. Many of our would-be leaders are running about and trying to start and maintain an elitist revolution in the name of social revolution. No one man has ever been right about everything, nor has one group or civilization. Black people just can't be focused on rights for black people. Let me read what this tether bitch just said again if you didn't hear me. Black people can't just be focused on rights for black people. Black people can't just be focused on rights for black people. Black people can't just be focused on rights for black people. Black people can't just be focused on rights for black people. This is your great Shirley Chisholm, that we can't be for ourselves. We've got to be for everybody else and ourselves. We've got to wipe everybody's asshole and ours. We've got to feed everybody and ourselves. Tell me another fucking group that has that responsibility or ability. Do Caribbeans want to help all Black Americans? Do Africans want to help all Black Americans? Do Africans from various countries and ethnic groups want to help each other in Africa? Do Ukrainians want to feed Russians? Do Germans want to feed Poles? Where the fuck she get this lot? This is some white liberal shit that has no relevance. Are poor white people going to feed us? Are the illegals going to feed us? Are the Mongoloid Indians going to feed us? Is a goddamn boule going to feed us? I'm going to read it one more time. Black people can't just be focused on rights for black people, says Shirley Chisholm, a hero to a whole bunch of dumbass black men and women in this country. Same one that believes gays can be focused in on rights for gays, and Latinos for Latinos, and women for women, and Asians for Asians, but not blacks just for blacks. See the hypocrisy? See the game? See this Obama type shit? See this Kamala type shit? See this this black Congressional Black Caucus shit? See this leadership conference for civil and human rights shit? How the trick bag that we've been in for 50 plus years, how we got to all these people being dumped in our neighborhoods, how the Asian hate crime bill, yes, we're the majority of the victims. We can't get a bill. They do. Everybody's got a bill but us. They attack and kill us, and the other people get the bill. And one of the people that voted for this goddamn Asian crime bill is Barbara Lee in California, who was a welfare mother, who got into politics with Shirley Chisholm. There's a direct line in the bullshit going on right now and the Congressional Black Circus and Shirley Chisholm.
Okay. Her definition of a social revolution reflected a black feminist power ethos. Quote, I'm talking about the basic right of everybody. In other words, not just blacks. Everybody to share in the building of a better society and the right to receive fair and equitable payment for that contribution. I believe that at the bottom of the ideas of democracy are sound, but I do not believe those ideas have ever been practiced except in terms of an elitist few. I disagree with her. It has been practiced within ethnic groups. She, at the same time, knows this and also knows that black people have never practiced it amongst ourselves. And in part because we've always had leaders that said, we can't just do right for each other, we've got to work with everyone. It's a fucking boondoggle. It's a trap. It's a dead end street. We need to get out of that. Pull the hell out and go in another direction. McGovern won a decisive victory in Massachusetts among both the anti war liberals and disgruntled working people. He appeared to be on his way to the nomination to the surprise of many experienced politicians in the state and nationwide. He won nearly 53%, followed by Muskie at 21, Wallace at 8, Humphrey at just over 7, and Chisholm at 3.6, or 22,400 votes. Lindsay, who had hoped for a victory in Massachusetts, dropped out of the race. Chisholm did best in black precincts where McGovern ran second, his only statewide defeat, and among students. You need to know that in Massachusetts, they have a big Caribbean community, and that's why Negroes can't get together in Boston. And in New York and other places, there's so many tethers there, and they can always get behind this kind of stuff because they don't really want to be with Black Americans, and I'm not mad at them. We need to start coming to self. McGovern had 89 of the 102 delegates. Chisholm had a total of 5. All would have to vote for McGovern on their first ballot, but they could vote for their favorite candidate. Still, they had some influence. Black delegates Jim Pitts and Ellen Jackson were elected to the party platform committee, and Sandra Graham won a spot on the convention's credential committee. The Massachusetts campaign had earned a ticket to the convention and a handful of delegates for Chisholm. California. Chisholm had initially decided to bypass California because of its winner take all primary. Democratic the Democratic Party's McGovern Commission in the aftermath of the 1968 had recommended that the state's primaries award delegates proportionally to the popular vote, but California had been granted an exception for 1972. Hubert Humphrey and Scoop Jackson were challenging this exception with the lawsuit, and Chisholm accepted Humphrey's invitation to join it on the chance that she could get some delegates out of the process. Still, she insisted that she did not expect to win the suit or any delegates from California, and she worried that her run might have a downside. It could jeopardize Ron Dellum's reelection support from the party. She nevertheless went ahead because the campaign had drawn new people into politics and she did not want to, quote, disappoint some of the strongest supporters she had anywhere, close quote. She delegated all of the California campaigning to local volunteers and did not send any national campaign funds or personnel, an approach that miffed some supporters. But plenty of enthusiastic campaign workers remained, and they set up regional organizations in Los Angeles and the Bay Area. The Los Angeles campaign was an organization of feminists associated with the National Organization of Women and the National Women's Political Caucus. In the Bay Area, the campaign had strong ties to Black power organizations. Mind you, she damned Black nationalism, but when you need votes, who's your base? See how they use Black people and see, we keep looking at people's cover. I don't give a damn what you look like. Are you for me? Okay. strong ties to Black Power organizations and was mostly staffed by Black activists. As usual, students loved her. The coalition accomplished more than either of the main constituent groups could have alone. Although Chisholm's campaign was run on a shoestring, it gathered strength from both Black power and radical feminists. Chisholm's fiery, extemporaneous speeches, tempered by her sharp sense of humor, offered hope in the aftermath of the assassinations in the years of Vietnam. In terms of energizing Black voters, there was a lot to gain in the state. One estimate was that Black people made up 10 to 12% of the potential voters in California, and that it would be these voters and Chicano voters who would decide the Democratic primary. Experts thought that those who were over 35 were committed to Humphrey, but young Black voters were at present uncommitted and were largely deciding between two choices, McGovern and Chisholm. Chisholm's appeal came in large part out of the Black activism in the state. Look at this. Black power and Black nationalism were popular among younger Black voters, and Chisholm was the candidate most identified with Black power. To her supporters, she seemed to genuinely care about issues, not self-interested power brokering. Those supporters wanted their support for Chisholm to broadcast their views to the political establishment. Black Californians were invested in politics after 6 years of high profile activism by the Black Panther Party and others. They wanted equality beyond civil rights to broader participation in the financial and political structures. Some thought of their support of Chisholm was a sum of their political awareness. Others were empathetic to the campaign was not merely symbolic. They recognized the campaign as an exercise in political reality called get a toe in the door of party politics. Indeed, the party used Chisholm's candidacy to energize a voter registration campaign. They convened a Black Community Survival Conference in March, at which 10,000 free bags of groceries were distributed and Black political candidates spoke. The hope was the first time voters would turn out in droves. As in Florida, there was as much skepticism by established Black politicians who worried her campaign would split the vote. In general, established Black political leaders, mainly men whose power base lay in mainline civil rights organizations and the clergy, eschewed Chisholm's campaign in favor of more mainstream candidates in hope of brokering goodwill that would come in handy later. There was a rumor that one or more of them had been paid $35,000 to campaign against her. Some, as Senator Mervyn DeMolay, supported Humphrey even as he acknowledged that Mrs. Chisholm is the most attractive of the lot. Other Black activists jumped on the McGovern bandwagon and campaigned on his behalf in the state. Coretta Scott King, Jesse Jackson, and Julian Bond all made appearances on behalf of McGovern. Some Black Californians supported McGovern from the onset. The most prominent among these was Willie Brown, at that time a San Francisco assemblyman and a leader of McGovern's campaign in the state. At the Gary Convention, Willie Brown and the UCLA student body president Lamar Lyons co-chaired the California delegation, the second largest. Another source of hostility towards Chisholm was the California McGovern campaign itself. Because of the winner take all nature of the primary, even a small percentage of votes could help shift who would win a plurality, and McGovern campaigners worried that Chisholm would take votes from their candidate. When Chisholm's supporters suggested that the liberal California Democratic Coalition issue a joint endorsement of McGovern and Chisholm, for example, McGovern supporters demurred, even though it meant McGovern would fall short of the votes needed for any endorsement at all. Chisholm also became aware of the whispering campaign that alleged that she was there in order to undermine McGovern's bid on behalf of Humphrey. McGovern supporters became convinced that anything other than support for their candidates was a corrupt conspiracy. They were wrong about the Humphrey Chisholm plot, but they were correct that there was deception afoot. A Nixon aide had hired lawyer Donald Segretti to implement a dirty tricks plan intended to see Democratic inter-party conflict in California. Segretti's operatives stole or printed stationery that mimicked that of several campaigns. On a sheet of bogus Humphrey stationery, they typed a press release alleging that Chisholm was mentally ill and had been committed to a Virginia psychiatric hospital in 1951 after being found dressed in men's clothing and behaving aggressively on the streets of Richmond. She was still under psychological care, it alleged. The operatives mailed it to reporters at the Associated Press, local papers and TV stations, and the Los Angeles office of Johnson Publications, a home of Jet and Ebony magazines, 3 days before the primary. Another letter was sent out to Democratic delegates on the Humphrey stationery that suggested that McGovern should be stopped at all costs and that the Chisholm campaign agreed to vote for Humphrey was the best way to do this. The FBI did eventually investigate and discover that the fake releases were part of the Watergate scandal, but not until the following year. In the meantime, suspicion between the campaigns ran high. At least one Humphrey staffer thought that the McGovern campaign had created the mental hospital press release. As elsewhere, Chisholm's own supporters were devoted. In Northern California, college students Barbara Lee and Sandra Gaines ran the campaign. On the first campaign trip, Chisholm stopped at Oakland's all women's Mills College, where Frances Mullins was teaching her course entitled Candidates, Campaigns, and Constituents, a hands-on practicum in political organizing. Lee and Gaines, both single mothers and juniors, were two of the students in the course. Gaines was raising three sons and had won a fourth fellowship to attend college. Lee was the president of the Black Students Union and also community worker for the Black Panther Party, fundraising, handing out flyers, and working in the party's school. Chisholm had been invited by the Black Student Union to give a speech, and Lee and Gaines attended. Lee had previously feared that she would fail in Mullins' course because she was not interested in any of the candidates she knew of, Muskie, McGovern, or Humphrey. The issues that Lee cared about were aligned with the Black feminist power, access to daycare, good housing, healthcare, and education. When Chisholm spoke, Lee discovered not only was Chisholm fighting for the things Lee cared about, but also the Congresswoman was running for president. At the conclusion of her speech, the awestruck Lee approached the candidate. Chisholm recalled being approached by this little black girl who appeared to be younger than her 19 or 20 years, wanted to start a campaign organization for Chisholm. Having not paid staff, not having paid staff, talking. Turn this down. Chisholm could not be choosy. She agreed to allow Lee to proceed. Lee recalled herself that she asked Chisholm where she could start and who she could call. Quote, my dear, close quote, the Congresswoman said, the first thing you must do is register to vote. Then she explained the constraints. Quote, if you really believe in me and believe in what I stand for, you will go out and make it happen. We don't have a lot of money. We don't have a national campaign. And so for those who care about me, we go out and do it. Undeterred, Lee created a campaign with the guidance of Professor Mullins. She and Gaines would become campaign leaders in the region. Their connections to both the women's movement and the Black freedom struggle in Oakland would make them effective bridges between white women and Black men, and led Chisholm to believe in her eventual strong showing in Alameda County. They opened an office and began a series of fundraising events, teas, fashion shows, and dinners. Lee lobbied her contacts in the Black Panthers to become involved in a voter registration drive and primary campaign on behalf of Chisholm. Lee and Gaines ultimately put together a coalition of Black power, faith community, and women activists. They were careful to emphasize the common concerns and issues, and also to educate groups within the coalition about the specific challenges facing others within it. The Black Panther Party was beginning its foray into electoral politics, organizing on the precinct level to get out the vote, registering voters, and handing out literature. The campaign office opened on Fillmore Street in San Francisco, a black neighborhood with some shabby office furniture and a handful of phone lines. They were eventually joined by campaign organizer Wilson Riles, a young black Peace Corps alumnus who had helped his father win a statewide office and who had worked for a professional campaign management firm. He had been hired by the National Organization of Women. While Lee and Gaines had not chosen Riles, the three managed to get along. There was a small amount of friction between Riles, a man who had professional credentials and was paid, and the unpaid black women who had contacts within the community. When Riles arrived and suggested the new office needed curtains, implying that the woman should take care of the detail, I mean, hell, he's in charge. Lee and Gaines told him bluntly to buy them himself, but Riles quickly realized they deserved his respect as strategists. They had their own ideas and concepts of what needed to be done in order to change things, he said. More often than not, they were right. The Bay Area campaign was aided tremendously by Lee's contacts in the Black Panther Party. Okay, see, it's black men delivering. Hey, Asia, Ace, you come back to me. Hey, you got it all. I'm sorry. That's my friend. Hey, how you doing, Asia Smith? The Bay Area campaign. Okay, let me go back. Black Panther Party. Chisholm's campaign came at a time when the party was looking for an increasingly direct involvement in politics. The party's two founders, Huey Newton and Bobby Seals, were working on increasing black political power. By the way, Aisha Smith has run for Congress 2 or 3 times, has done well at each time, and she's run not as a vote screw, but better. It's better to be red than to be blue and dead. So, high Republican. Yes, I'm a black Republican, and I'm not a Republican. I'm a Republican. Like, can have guns in the Civil War and shoot Confederates. And the problem is they didn't finish the job. Um, High Republican, okay, and not Democrats. That's 3 Ks in crats. Okay. Hmm. The party's two founders, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, were working on increasing black political power. They remembered that their intellectual progenitor, Malcolm X, had begun to emphasize voting as a civil and human right before his death in 1965. Seal had already encouraged Ron Dellums to run for the Berkeley City Council and saw the Chisholm campaign as a continuation of party efforts to organize the grassroots. The party used the Chisholm campaign to test their political machinery, Seal recalled. Chisholm's priorities aligned with those of the party's leadership and the rank and file members, many of whom were college students with sophisticated knowledge of history and the political economy. A large force within the party already dedicated itself to a precinct by precinct voter registration campaign in Alameda County, which included Berkeley and Oakland. Workers were delegated to small sections of the precincts and charged with getting to know the voters in each, with a hierarchy of leaders coordinating the overall event. Voter registration also mandatory for recipients of free bags of groceries at party events. At the time of Chisholm's bid, the apparatus was ready to go, and the party had registered 11,000 voters. Seal and others cared less about the fact that Chisholm was female than they did about her platform for use in the political economy to effect social change. The party's slogan of all power to the people included women, and said Seal, who recalled, I'm just proud that we were there to stand behind Shirley and were to get votes for her. By the way, the Black Panther Party is always called sexist and anti-woman and all this. And who did these black sexist men get behind? A black feminist who was against nationalists and people that were too radical. See, something for nothing. Notice that about feminists.
All power to the people. You need to understand the Black Panthers were internationalists. The Black Panthers were not nationalists. The Black Panthers were for everybody. The Black Panthers supported everybody. They may have been for blacks and they did a lot, but they were for everybody. That might be a mistake. But you know what? They tried. They were doing something. I have more respect for the Panthers, although I'll just say the big fault of the Panthers, there was no place for God. What's wrong with black people is we become a godless, atheistical, witchcraft, Luciferian type people. You have no army. We're not a demographic majority anywhere. We don't control the economy. We don't have the kind of unity or control of our culture. And we don't have any spiritual defenses because we don't want God. And all you fake ass niggas out there talking about you respect your ancestors. Well, if your ancestors were Christians and you're like in the witchcraft, you've betrayed your ancestors. We are multi generations deep of people who betrayed their ancestors. I think I brought my book in here. I should if I didn't. It's called Spiritual Narratives. I think I have it. And I'll bring it out here. And I dare anybody, when I pull out my book, Spiritual Narratives, when you read the voices of people who were slaves, what made them fight for their freedom, in spite of all the lies the Nation of Islam tells, in the words, and let me get that damn book. It's called Spiritual Narratives. I may even read a piece of it. Every time these people talk about what changed, what caused them to be different from the other people that were on the plantation, was their, I'm going to say it, Christian conversion. Okay, up all you atheist niggas' asses. Christian conversion is linked to black folks fighting in the Civil War, the Underground Railroad, everything. It's out of a Christian experience. It's a black Christian experience. Nobody else can claim it. There was no damn Nation of Islam. It didn't exist. We made more progress right after the Civil War than we're making now. What's the difference? What we believed in. The more atheistical, the more agnostic, the more we get in all these stupid esoteric bullshit religions and run after shit in Egypt. And they like going to Egypt. They go to the light skinned part. They don't go to the dark skinned part in southern Egypt because it's a bunch of self hatred. We don't like who we really are. We don't like Negro spirituals. We don't like the blues. We keep throwing away our history and our culture because in reality, we hate being black. That's why we can't even stick with the goddamn name or religion. Muslim one week, more another week, apostolic, non denominational. Oh, you're with polite, you're with nature boy, you're with the People's Temple, got your ass killed in Guyana. Spiritual confusion is a manifestation, it manifests itself in cultural confusion, family dissolution, and even oppression of a people. Any people that's achieved their freedom is united philosophically, culturally, and spiritually. Any conquered, oppressed people, cheated out of reparations, are people who've lost their way, and that includes losing their foundations in God. Absolutely. You don't have a God, you don't have a struggle, you have no movement. Communism is a religion, socialism is a religion, liberalism is a religion, Zionism is a religion. Black bullshit is a religion, it's Luciferian. I'll be right back. Let me get my damn book. Oh, it's right here. For all the liars out there, for all the atheistical uh, bullshit liars out there, this is a book you can get your hands on. It's called Spiritual Narratives. For all you goddamn liars that say you're into your ancestors, well, your ancestors gave a testimony of what happened and how these people began to stand up, even when they were getting beat up and dogged. What made them want to resist? What made them want to be free? What made them start saying, I'm not going to take this shit. I'm going to run away. I'm not, or even when they were up north being dogged, what did they turn to? What was the basis?
Hmm? If you start reading it, it's all religious. It's all Bible. It's like, damn, everything's Bible. Not one thing different. Some of these people were slaves, some of these people were free, but it's all contemporary to the time in which black folks, and these are all black women, by the way, the most confused people in our community. Black women were at their peak when they knew what it meant to be a divine creation of God. When they started pretending that they were queens and goddesses, that's when they got fucked up and thought being fat is pretty. And I love sisters. This sister Aisha, and typically, I'm biased towards dark-skinned women, but she's so cool. She's so beautiful. She's so sweet. She's one of the few light-skinned black women that say, you know what, that's a good-ass woman. I mean, so you get a pass. I mean, okay, so yes, it's like the only light-skinned sister. I'm like, damn, I like her. I told everybody about her. It's a beautiful lady. Okay, proud to be black and everything, all by black women. And there are a bunch of these books, spiritual narratives, and they all say they talk about their Christian experience. That's where we got fucked up. That's where Huey Newton and all of them, the Black Panthers, what ultimately did them in was all their fucking and drugs and shit helped facilitate the FBI and the other people destroying them. Had a great program with everything but the goddamn soul. What does the Bible say? What does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Just look at billionaire Oprah Winfrey, one of the most soulless bitches of all times. And she can get a butt lift, a facelift, but in reality, she needs a heart lift. That's a godless ass woman. And this color slurple shit, it's despicable. Y'all need to boycott that movie. And just as soon, if anybody knows how to get me a goddamn bootleg so I can do a film review, I gotta find somebody who has HBO Max or whatever. I'm not trying to pay no subscription. I have to go and see my sick ass cousin and pirate some shit out his house. I'm gonna come back and tell you it's just a celebration of man hate, witchcraft, sex magic, and degeneracy. Oprah, Obama, punk ass Chris Rock. Let me just say this about Chris Rock. Fuck you, Chris Rock. I hope you see this. You've never been funny to me, and your best role was playing Pookie, where you ended up dead and shit in New Jack City. Unfortunately, art isn't imitating life in your case. Let me just say, when Chris Rock is on the set trying to get white women to want to sleep with him, even though he's worth millions, it doesn't happen. You have to be pretty damn desperate to want bald-headed Jada Pinkett Smith. Okay, even Will, I mean, it must be some bad sex to make him double down on dudes. Okay, yeah, I said it. And alopecia's no excuse. Put a fucking wig on your head. Now, I look okay with my shit cut off. Jada Pinkett looks like a house cat, those little furless cats and shit. Yes, I'm talking. I don't care. It's time to have a rebellion. I want some patriarchy in here. We need some black Archie bunkers. Hell, I love All in the Family. I had to get that off my chest. Now, let me see. Okay. In April, Newton formally endorsed, listen to this. Huey Newton formally endorsed Chisholm's campaign in a statement read by the party chairman Bobby Seale at St. Augustine's Church in Oakland. Newton proclaimed that the party sought to usher along a trend transferring power to the masses by supporting Chisholm's campaign. She was the best social critic of America's injustices of any presidential candidate. He directed every black, poor, and progressive human being to vote and work for Chisholm and offered to make the party offices a resource for individuals looking for ways to get involved. The candidate publicly accepted the endorsement with some explanation that she had not solicited, but instead the Panthers came to the conclusion that in terms of their own hopes and aspirations, I could be the best candidate. What happened to them as an oppressed group in America being used to the meaningless platforms and empty promises had led them to come to the conclusion that perhaps with me there is hope. Chisholm was pleased, but she experienced some pressure
to disavow the party. Look at that. They're going all out for her. This is how we get treated as black people. And then white people start saying, well, you really can't be for black people that are for you if you want us. Black folks who for everybody, like this hypocritical ass woman said we needed to be. But because they're strong on black people while being for everyone else, it's not good enough. What they really want is that we can't be for ourselves. So they go to Shirley Chisholm, the phony feminist, pro gay, pro intersectional, pro abortion, pro LGBTQ person, and say, you really know, well, I don't know if you really want to be supporting the Panthers. You should reject the black people's help for you because of us. The fact that she could have conversations with people who are against black people supporting her and they're for everybody else says the very tricky, not tricky, it shows you the hypocritical backstab position of traitor tethers, traitor Boulay, traitor black Democrats, and black Republicans who are very quick at any murmur of whites against black people as a collective, and they start thinking, how do I get away from black people that are for me, for white folks who are not for you, that are conditional? We can kind of be for you, but you have to be against the masses of your own. The minute you come into that kind of decision, you're literally acting as an agent against black people. The fact that you'd even consider it makes you an enemy. You're either all in for the liberation of black people or you're not in it at all. I think the reason a lot of black folks are into bisexuality and everything else is because we don't like to be one way or the other. We want to be all over the place. That's why the rates of syphilis are exploding. And there are thousands of black babies born with syphilis now, a disease that we thought were gone. In fact, syphilis used to be primarily among gay men. It's now spreading in the black community at a rate like never before because we're all over the place and everything is everything. A mouth is a vagina is a vagina, an anus is a vagina. And if the holes in our ears were big enough, we'd get screwed in that too. Man, well, the the auditory nerve, when it's penetrated, it releases endorphin. And I'm sorry, black men, uh, we pander too much for sex as if it's going to run out. It's pathetic. There are men who have sex all over the world that are promiscuous and whores all over the earth, and they manage to have some dignity and a standard somewhere. Seems like we could do that too. To me, it is possible to be a sexual person and have some goddamn dignity and some intelligence and some standards. You wonder why our women are screwed up? Because we don't have any standards and we don't hold them in anything. We like our women as strippers and whores, so they're loose. And then we get upset with their looseness because we're hypocrites. We're double minded. We want them to be loose and available, and yet you want them to be virginal and pretty and all. And you tell a person that they're a god when they weigh 400 pounds. You really think that's going to build their character? Hmm. Okay, let me keep going. Most Americans started the group as violent extremists. Think about this. The Panthers were being mass murdered by police all over the country, and the Panthers are the violent extremists. And the fact that you're entertaining the perspective of white folk who are murdering Panthers, most Black Panthers, my friends, that were killed in this country were killed selling or being involved with the Black Panther newspaper, not in shootouts with the police, in case you didn't know that. So it wasn't the Panthers with the guns that they were targeting most. They were targeting the people who were getting people to use their goddamn head. As I said to one of my students in his academics, I said, you need to pay attention to your studies as much as you do your shorts. And he went over to my boss and said he needed to study as much as he paid attention to his dick. Well, I mean, if that was his inference, I mean, that's the first time I knew he listened to something I said. So they're violent extremists. Listen to this. Despite the social welfare work that took up much of the party's agenda by 1972, the majority of what the Black Panthers did, screening for sickle cell, screening for high blood pressure, screening for lead poisoning, they're the people that created the WIC program. They're the people with the feeding programs. They're the people with the sickle cell anemia screening, literacy programs, mentoring people, you name it, doing shit the US government's never tried to do for Black people, not even with the goddamn Freedmen's Bureau. And the fact that they get shot down or try to defend themselves from the police, they're violent extremists. And this supposedly progressive minded woman is vacillating between what white people say about Black folks being targeted by J. Edgar Hoover to mass kill and arrest Black people. You're trying to find middle ground. There is no middle ground between Black freedom and white supremacy. They're polar opposites. Anyone that tries to find a bridge between the two is an enemy. As Chisholm recalled, however, there was never any question of whether she would accept their endorsement. Okay, so I'm going to accept their help. What's the next line? The party thought she was the candidate most likely to act in their interest, and she would not turn them away. Furthermore, she wanted to encourage organizing for political change. She liked the fact that they were not hung up on her gender, which led her to credit them with more political maturity than the more established Black political leaders. She thought their refusing their support would be arrogant and inconsistent with my strongest principles. The peak moment of the party's support was the fundraiser at Huey Newton's Oakland penthouse the night of 1,200 lights on May 18th. Newton and Seal had generated the idea, and Barbara Lee provided most of the organization work. It was interesting for Lee to see the Black bourgeoisie party members and white liberals all there. Just over 60 non-paying dignitaries attended, including Ron Dellums, while about 70 supporters paid their way, including a large group from the Mills College Black Student Union. The night was magical, with the lights of the city spread out below. The presence of the Secret Service presented a dilemma because the party and the Secret Service mutually distrusted each other. The campaign successfully brokered a compromise. Newton himself and the party members would not attend, so the main people aren't welcome and they could have protected Shirley Chisholm. So the white power people could be there. Okay, let me keep on. Okay. Oh Jesus. Let me go ahead. I'm not gonna get involved. I'm not gonna get involved. I'm not gonna go off. I'm gonna keep going. Okay. Newton and party members would not attend, and the Secret Service officers would remain very inconspicuous in the back of the room. The event was a great success. The candidate appeared and gave a brief speech. Panthers, I know it's been hard, it's been rough. You might make the difference here in California, and I'm glad you are giving the electoral process a chance with me. A party proxy presented Chisholm with $1,000 check and a copy of Newton's book, To Die for the People. The next week, the Black Panther ran a full-page ad in support of Chisholm and Ron Dellums. Let me say to you that the Black Panther paper at that point was either the largest or the second largest Black newspaper in the country, which this white broad here obviously didn't know, with as many as 400,000 papers moved every week. That's bigger than any black newspaper right now. We have really gone backwards, people. Really. In fact, Muhammad speaks, the Muslims were moving 900,000 papers a week back then. We don't have anything like this now. We're going backwards or going into erasure. Wake the hell up, black people. Shortly thereafter, Newsom released a statement why we, the Black Panther, support Sister Shirley Chisholm. Her platform echoed, he said, the party's own survival social services program. Both Chisholm and the party shared the same history and the same victory over death that included slavery, racism, and violence. Compared to Humphrey, to whom Newton labeled a sellout and war criminal, Chisholm was a beautiful black woman. Why do you have to use beautiful for her? But anyway, a beautiful black woman who's giving her life for poor black people. Supporting her would send a signal that black voters would demand more for their votes in the future. We love her. We support her, he wrote. Isn't that interesting that 51 years ago, we haven't in all this time been able to make these goddamn Democrats do anything for us? Not a damn thing. The boomers have failed us. A vote for Biden in 2024 or a vote for Democrats in 2024 is an act of treason against black people. Not that Republicans give a damn. We need to destroy the Democratic Party. Vote for Booby, vote for Trump, or stay your ass at home. In fact, I want to give a shout out to all the black folks in Texas. If you couldn't vote for the cracker, you stayed your ass at home, and Sheila Jackson Lee is not going to be Gayor of Houston. That's great. We need to see all the pork chops and all the faggots lose. There's not one black person in elected office that I respect right now that I'm aware of. Maybe there is one, but I don't care. And I was very happy last week that Blowman, a little punk that pulled the fire alarm. But then again, maybe it's because he was flaming. He pulled the fire alarm. Maybe he didn't mean to, it's subconscious. He got censored. They need to kick his ass out. Chisholm also spoke to establishment values. Rouse convinced a reluctant church to have Chisholm come speak during the campaign and was vindicated by an overflow audience and a huge collection for the day. She spoke at San Francisco's Commonwealth Club, a distinguished civil organization that had been hosting prominent speakers since the 1920s. There was a debate among us whether or not Shirley ought to go there because, this was kind of mainstream, rightist kind of forum, Wilson Riles remembered. After consultation with the national campaign, they decided to accept. He was delighted with the results. I was blown away by the speech that she gave at the Commonwealth Club, I had known a little bit about her positions and so forth, but hadn't seen her directly speak very much about these issues before. She had spoken to audience that were mainly black about issues that were concerned to black folks. She got up in front of the Commonwealth Club and gave the most in-depth, knowledgeable speech about the economy and all the economics that was going on in the economy that was helping or hurting poor people and people of color. Oh, there goes that awful word. And how changing a few things, we could move in a more positive direction and a just direction to lift people out of poverty. Chisholm would eventually make her best California showing in Alameda County, where Oakland was the county seat, with 9.6% of the vote. Devlin believed that many of those voters might not have voted or participated in the election had it not been for the Chisholm campaign. The consequences for Barbara Lee's life were substantial. She got an A in her Mills College course, joined Ron Devlin's staff, later became a state representative, and eventually inherited Devlin's seat in Congress. As for the Black Panther Party, Bobby Seale ran for mayor. He finished second. And then Chair Elaine Brown. And let's just talk about it. Elaine Brown is potentially I know she had sex with both
agents of the, at least an agent of the FBI, CIA, and and Huey Newton, and she helped keep Geronimo Pratt in jail, and she did a lot she caused the deaths of Black Panthers in Southern California. She is a feminist. She is an enemy of Black people. She is a traitor. And yet, because she has a vagina, you can cause Black men to be framed and put in jail and be murdered and create tension. And because she's light skinned, and a lot of Black men think if you have a vagina, you're cool, which is why I don't feel sorry when Black men get jacked up running after white women or others. That's your ass. If your penis is your GPS, you deserve where it leads you. So here's this woman screwing Huey Newton and going back and telling the FBI everything about Huey Newton to destroy the Black Panther Party. She gets all these people killed, locked up, and she's seen as the queen of the Black Panthers. It's a matter of public fact. I don't care a fuck about who doesn't like what I said. She's a slut and a traitor, always will be. Don't give two damns how you feel about it. It's a fact. We're the only people where traitors and sluts and backstabbers and turncoats and stoolies and screws get hero and leadership status, even when it's a matter of public record. Why? Well, she was with Huey. But if you were a snitch and a stoolie with Huey, why do we respect them? I know a lot of dudes, man, she's got a really fat ass. So I'm just saying to you, in this struggle, a lot of folks are dead people walking. Get used to seeing dumbass Black men that think with their dicks being destroyed. I'm at peace with it. I ain't trying to get involved in any advocacy for anybody that runs after their dick like a dummy. That's your problem. Folk need to sober up. If you didn't learn anything from Ibn Till, you're never going to learn. Bye, Coons. Elaine Jones. Elaine Brown, I'm sorry. And Chair Elaine Brown ran for the Oakland City Council the following year. Using this electoral experience, the party put together a coalition to help elect Oakland's first Black mayor, Lionel Wilson, in 1977. And look at what happened to Black Oakland. Southern California campaign was led by Los Angeles Now organizer Arlie Scott and a Santa Barbara grandmother, Jean Sunderland. The campaign organization was dubbed Chisholm Now Committee, a partnership between the Los Angeles National Organization of Women and the California section of the National Women's Party something, which endorsed her for president. Scott was a graduate student in history at the University of Southern California and joined the campaign because she'd seen Brown Miller's New York Times Magazine feature on Chisholm in 1969. Suddenly, she found herself officially involved. At one early rally, Chisholm told supporters to be sure to give their contributions to Scott herself. Jean Sunderland and her husband were longtime political activists on the left and had been a founding member of the Women's Strike for Peace and the Southern California section of the NWPC. She saw the Chisholm campaign as a chance to draw together a coalition across race, gender, and age that would involve new people in politics. There was a lot of enthusiasm for Chisholm in Southern California. The campaign booked her for popular college campus events. Chisholm spoke to standing ovations at Whittier College. That's where Richard Nixon went. Claremont Graduate School and the University of Southern California, one of the largest and most enthusiastic gatherings in recent history. A large Los Angeles rally, 1,750 people were present, and with 300 turned away, cost $1 to attend. Former now President Eileen Hernandez introduced the candidate, and Yvonne Braithwaite presented her with a contribution check. The speech itself just blew everybody away. Chisholm spoke for 35 minutes, pausing often for applause from audience members who leapt to their feet. Booker Griffin, a radio personality on soul station KGFJ, and state assembly candidate was beyond impressed by the rally. It was the biggest and most successful political rally in this town since Bobby Kennedy's closing rally in 1968, he proclaimed. He said that Chisholm, quote, offers a positive type of militancy, a productive way with concrete goals to say hell no to the establishment. This woman possessed a definite and undeniable electricity that cannot be denied, close quote. Griffin also had withering words for the black political leaders who are conspicuously absent from campaign events. They were, in his words, captives of, quote, a plantation system that was so secure in the control of the black political apparatus that it had of blacks in elected office doing a hatchet job on Shirley for their plantation bosses, close quote. The Los Angeles Times reporter was less enthusiastic, calling her, quote, articulate, tough, bright, and probably brilliant, tireless, vain, gutsy, honest, but demagogic, combative, loquacious, and charismatic, close quote. The reporter argued that Chisholm was energizing her campaign, quote, with an emotional appeal rather than specific platform, close quote. Scott worked on raising enough money to make the campaign as credible as possible to the candidates as well as to the voters. This was not easy. She had, when Chisholm had designated her as a recipient of campaign donations, immediately opened an account at the student bank on USC's campus. The staff was very skeptical when they learned of what the account was for. When I got up to the teller, Scott recalled, she said, I want to open an account, please. And the teller took a piece of paper and said, what is the name? I said, it's an account for an organization. And she said, what is the name of your organization? And I said, Shirley Chisholm for president. And she said, all right. What is she running for president of? And I said, of the United States. She drew back a little bit. I felt her foot was going towards the alarm system, and she finally realized I was no threat. I was harmless. After the account was set up, Scott had to look for a headquarters and recruit other local supporters to work the campaign. The need to get 15,000 signatures on a qualification petition to get Chisholm's name on the ballot by March 24th was a useful organizing tool. Sunderland canvassed 8 counties supervising the 25 Chisholm for president offices that had sprouted. She drove a camper van dubbed the Chisholm Trail Wagon on her rounds. Quote, just because of the fact she's running, we can't lose, close quote, Sunderland explained to a reporter. Reporting that to the sense of urgency, volunteers fanned out in search of supportive signatories and met the deadline with about a week to spare. McGovern, Muskie, and Lindsay had gotten there first, but Chisholm's name would appear fourth on the ballot above Humphrey's. Early on, Scott encountered the tendency of her now, which means white women, colleagues, not to take the campaign or the coalition it represented seriously. See how the feminists are really not on black women's side or black people's side? But, and all you crying for Sandra Day O'Connor that looked like George Washington overdosed on Slim Fast. Many did not seem to grasp the idea of bridging delegates to the convention and thus pressuring the eventual nominee on reproductive rights and a more diverse representation within the Democratic Party. Instead, she observed that they chose an established but riskier strategy of aligning with the candidate they thought could win, McGovern, in the hope that he would support their issues in return. When Scott asked them about their support for Chisholm, they would often express that they liked Chisholm, but that McGovern was the best of the male candidates. They thought that a vote for Chisholm would be meaningless because she was unlikely to win the nomination. Some black leaders felt the same way, or that sexism meant that they did not want to support a woman. Look at how this white bitch keeps calling, or half-breed bitch, keeps calling black men sexist, but doesn't call the white women racist. This is the same stuff you'll see. Black men always get the worst of it. Okay, this is why I hate feminism. It's garbage. I don't give a damn. Uh, we'll see real change in our community when black men come out of the closet and start saying we hate feminism. It hated us first. It's time for us to hate back.
Uh, I'm concerned for both women's rights and women's wrongs, black people's rights and black people's wrongs. A balance, and nothing else will do. It's always sexist when it's black men, right? Okay, let me keep reading. Some black leaders felt the same way, or their sexism meant that they did not want to support a woman. Despite frustration with both lines of thinking, even though most people that supported were black, mhm, she remained a diplomatic and uniting figure. This was no small feat, as black Chisholm supporters accused white women supporters of dominating the scene. That means that white folk were racist and they oppressed the black people. And in order to be in coalition with white people, basically they had to be plantation pickaninnies. That's how the Chisholm thing worked. Black people needed to be subordinate to white people in order to be in a coalition. And this is what happens in all these coalitions. Black people need to stand down and let white folks have it, or else white folks break. So, in other words, they're simply using blacks as a Trojan horse. So, it's a lot of nice talk, Shirley Chisler. But at the end of the day, you and other people are saying black people really don't push for what you want. So, you need white people with you, and you can't make it without white people. Look, I'm going to just say this. I'm going to go in one more time. That's why I don't know about you. I am a Bible believing Christian. I got my Bible somewhere. Yeah, I feel like quoting this stuff. We don't need anybody. We need God. In fact, this is a struggle between good and evil. And you can be evil and black at the same time, and you can be righteous and black at the same time. And you can be righteous and white if you want to, but if you're not, I'm not waiting. We don't need anybody but God. And the problem with this is that we don't want God. And again, we don't have an army. We don't control the economy. We don't want to be united. We don't even have families anymore. We can't even come together with me. We don't even want to have babies, kill most of the babies. Almost everything that we once could have had, we don't use anymore. And what we could get, in fact, you can talk to God right now. You can pray and ask. And if you don't believe He exists, trust me, ask. He'll manifest Himself. And all this prayer you've been doing, all these little stupid Egyptian deities and shit, look at how bad things are getting. That's their answer. Okay. The pardon me, the fucked up state we're in is your dead God's response to your condition. You need to get back to the old ship of Zion, as the people said. And yes, I'm making an appeal. Um, if you lose God, you lose everything. You can win with God. We don't need anybody but God and those righteous amongst us. And those that don't get it, you're going to spend eternity in hell anyway. So I don't really worry about you. You don't want to be saved. Shit, the doors of the ark will close and your ass will drown. Actually, in a lake of fire. You don't believe in it? And I will tell anybody, as a person who's died, okay, and had an out of body experience, there is a life after this, and there's a hell. And I know what it's like to be outside my body and watch people, and there's a spiritual realm, and there's evil and there's good. And just as sure as last year, and I'll tell anybody, uh, it's always funny to get with my cardiologist because he always laughs. He reads out my medical records because, uh, according to medical science, I was dead last year. I was supposed to be dead last year. They waited for me to die before operating on me last year. I didn't die. I wouldn't give up my organs for them to kill me. And I'm here. Life is a gift. And the reason I talk about God so much, not because I'm trying to push you, because I get it. Most people go to hell according to the good book. It talks about a road that leads to heaven that most people's asses aren't on. Hint, hint, especially not black people these days, with Sexy Red and all this shit and Kamala. I believe in the Bible more than ever, just looking at how black people have just deteriorated in the last 50 years that I've been able to witness us. Anyway, And then there's a wide road that goes to hell that most people are on. Like, what's that thing that they have out in California, the big concert that Beyonce has, and everybody goes and they do all that Luciferian stuff. What's the name? It's some stupid Coachella. And you see hell is in there. Hella, y'all go to hella and there's a fire and all this stuff. They're preparing you for hell. The same way the little nightclub that they had all the fire and pyrotechnics and all, and the people like partying like they're in hell and they all got burnt up. Um, this stuff should prompt you to think when you have a government that mass murders its people, threatens people, makes people take poison against their own consent, make people do things, lie to people, cheat, drive all this fear, divide families, and then when they get busted, just deny everything and people just dropping all over and we don't know why. And they're pulling stuff out of people's organs and all, and nobody knows. And the morticians are saying, and the doctors, and nobody sees this. That's called strong delusion. When people lose discernment and they can't make sense of things anymore, that represents the absence of God, the absence of a divine presence for people to make sense of what's going on. Have cultures gone mad? In Japan, they had an era called Egenika, roughly translated, I don't give a fuck. You've had this in the times of trouble in Russia. You've had societies go stark raving mad because the people are so depraved and nasty. It's happening to us before our eyes. What's the determining factor of a people losing their mind is when they lose their moral foundation, when they lose their bearings, which we are losing. Even look at the Catholic Church and their punk ass Pope is saying that trans are Christians. Absolutely not so. And you get rid of cardinals saying, what? Why did you pretend a man who gets his penis cut off is a woman and God loves him and others? Okay, and Francine, the Pope, for all you black folks of the Catholics, because when Negroes really want to sell out, there are many ways to coon out. One way is I'll be a Musi and talk about this universal brotherhood and get fucked all up in the Middle East and everywhere else. And y'all don't even know that in Islam, if you call Muhammad black, they're supposed to kill you. For folks who say, well, Muhammad was black, that could get you killed. And if you get deep into the hadith, black people were made to go to hell, according to the hadith in Islam. So you're telling me Malcolm X, he lied to you. I love Malcolm X, but about religion, either he was stupid or he's a damn liar. He got a lot of stuff about race correct, as Shirley Chisholm did. And yes, I called Malcolm X a goddamn liar when he got done in religion. And the stuff he's pushing, he admitted to being a liar or at least following a lie in the plantation of Islam. And then when you go to Mecca, where they had slave markets just a year or so before he went there, where they sold black people. And the word for black people in the Arab world, the word for slave and the word for blacks is the same. That's how integral black people and slavery is to the Arab world, where Abid, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Black and slave is the same in the Arab world. Anyone pushing you, telling you Christianity made black people slaves is actually a goddamn liar. And part of what we'll be doing in the Angry Black Men's Book Club is I'm going to show you that there is a false Christianity. See, there's only one book, and it's the Bible. Any other doctrine that comes outside the Bible is false according to the Bible. Whereas in Islam, hadith and other stories that are not in the Quran are seen as scriptural, depending on the school of Islam that you're in. That's just a fact. Can't do it with sola scriptura Christianity.
The problem with most ignorant black people, stupid black folks who are stupid about religion, is you criticize things that you don't read, you don't study, you don't do a comprehensive cultural research of it, and you condemn it based on a bad personal experience or on the mispractice. That's like me offering you pork chops as steak, and you say, well, steak is white. Well, if all you know is pork chops and you've been told pork chops are steak, then yes, you believe that thing is steak and it isn't. When I show you a steak, you're going to say, but steak is white, because you're going by what you know instead of what you've researched. Much of our confusion as a people, we're based on emotions and feelings and not on research, not on facts. That doesn't work. I constantly talk to people as I come across them, and if they have a particular last name, I query as to where they're from, because one thing that's really jacked up about Black Americans is we pretend, as we bitch about nobody wanting us, we don't want one another. So people say, he says he's related to everyone. No, I don't, but I certainly, as I learn the dozens and dozens and dozens of blood kin names over and over again, I meet people as I learn my kin names who are my kin. I'd never seen them before. As I learn, wow, I'm talking to someone. Let's say, hey, you from Perkamine County? You from Pitt County? You from Chowan County? And they say, yeah, how'd you guess this is, well, your name and like right. If we started taking that seriously, as all other civilized people do except for us, that's part of being a people, is knowing who the hell your own kinfolk are, your own lineage, where your people from, where your grandparents are from. Some of your lazy asses out there are in your 50s and 60s. You simply know the state that your grandparents are from. You've never bothered to know the town or the city. Well, I don't know what year they were born. What kind of person doesn't know the birth dates of important family members and elders? You know every damn football statistic of these junkies that run with white whores, every basketball player that's moist, and you don't know your own damn family. You know about all the pharaohs in Egypt, and yet you don't know anything about your lineage here, and you find it strange to at least do your more recent history, and you're so proud of what you know about Kemet. Need to start somewhere. So, yes, I meet people I've never heard of, seen of, didn't even know anything about. Every other week, the more you learn how interconnected we are. It is a psychological trick and manipulation that Black people reject their past, reject their ancestry, reject the possibility of being connected, networked, and as people organize to destroy us, any of you that don't take research of who and what you are and where you came from and who your people are, you are passively working in behalf to white supremacy and your own private life. If you don't know who the hell you are, it doesn't really matter what happens to you or yours. To not know your roots, to not know your people is a betrayal. A lot of us are traitors to our families, traitors to our ancestors. You have the leisure and the time. You could get an ancestry account. You can take a DNA test. In fact, that the most disgusting thing are people, well, I don't want the white people to know me. Motherfucker, if you have a credit card, if you've done anything, people find you. If you've looked at porn on the internet, some of you have. If you rented a movie, if you have a bank account, if you paid a bill, they know your ass. It's interesting. You don't want to risk anything to connect to your own goddamn blood.
And yet the people already have your information anyway. It's only when it comes down to possibly connecting to your own kind do you all of a sudden become concerned about your privacy. If you knew how many Negroes I encounter online who don't want people to contact them, or they want to know who their extended family is without engaging or talking or communicating. It's the most antisocial shit. Self hating, coon ass black individualism is the death of us right now. Do you have a death mindset or a life mindset? Is abortion health care or is it murdering a not fully gestated black baby? We need to get our asses together, grow the hell up. And black men, my brother left this earth with perhaps the only viable child that he would have been a father of having been aborted. He left no legacy. Abortion left him with zero. Abortion erases your legacy, black men. You may have gotten off the hook of having to be responsible, but you've been erased. You may erase your responsibility for the seed you dropped. It's just some ass you stole. And you get erased out of human history. And if God isn't kind to you, you're going to be judged as an accessory to murder. I need to grow the hell up. And I'm going to tell you something. Anybody that won't talk plainly to one another is an enemy. Black women, y'all think y'all are spiritual? You are. You're into witchcraft. Abortion is a sacrifice of a human life to Satan. Want to see why there's so many sisters on psychotropic drugs and they're crazy? You hear your baby crying in your sleep. You murder them. Your vaginas, your wombs have become crime scenes. They're the equivalent of an Auschwitz gas chamber. This is what Shirley Chisler and all these people helped brought in. Shirley Chisholm was the chair for supporting the legalization of abortion. She's as wicked to us as Adolf Eichmann is to Jews. And by the way, more black babies have been aborted almost. Actually, 3 times as many black babies have been aborted as Hitler killed Jews. And they're black people, every single solitary black woman in Congress, including the Grinch that stole Christmas looking Barbara Lee, are in alignment with Planned Parenthood. We would be 100 million or more people. They wouldn't be able to push us around or crowd our neighborhoods. We've been depopulated because all those black babies are dead. All these schools that they're dumping illegals in were schools that used to be full of black kids, and we murdered them. Basically, children in the black community are fuck penalties, not blessings from God, not the continuation of a family lineage, not arrows in our quiver, but enemies. Damn. Why did my condom break? Man, my pubic hair, man, I should have shaved that like a bitch. If I had known my pubic hair could have cut through my condom, I wouldn't know. Or maybe it was her hair. I thought it was shaved, man. Maybe the pubic. No other people want to destroy themselves. Let me tell you something before I go. One of the biggest mistakes in the history of Russia, the reason Putin is so goddamn crazy, the reason Putin's so hard on gays, they just outlawed LGBTQ in Russia, is because many Russian women got as many on an average of 17 abortions in their lifetime. The population of Russia was supposed to diminish. The only reason it's growing, where they even have soldiers to fight in the Ukraine right now, is because a while back, Putin and them started fighting against abortion in Russia. So Russia would have a growing population. Russia was dying off due to abortion. China's economy is collapsing right now because of abortion. Japan's economy has been stagnant since the 80s because of abortion. Black America is being erased because of abortion. Let me go back to reading. This was no small feat, as Black Chisholm supporters accused white women supporters of dominating the whole scene. This was compounded by the fact that the California campaign had very little direction from the national campaign, which might have buffered disagreements. Arley really understood the dynamics between the feminist movement, here it is, white women, and the African American women and Shirley Chisholm. Meaning the white women, even as the black woman's fighting for white women, the white women are fighting against black women and black people. And you have all these black women talking about this sisterhood. It's a damn sellout, black women. Shame on you guys. Barbara Lee explained, I mean, she was very helpful in reducing a lot of the tensions and a lot of divisiveness that could have occurred. She was really a phenomenal woman. Scott, for her part, wished that she had more time to pull a coalition together before the campaign. Scott proved to be a capable fundraiser. She had made a promise to the Chisholm that the California campaign would not generate any debt, and she fulfilled it. The state campaign alone raised between $40,000 and $50,000 throughout California's 43 congressional districts, compared to the national campaign figure of $250,000. Most of the money came from small donors and fundraisers, quite a feat considering that Chisholm visited only 3 times. There were a few large donors. A wealthy woman divorced from her McGovern supporting husband donated between 5 and 15,000 herself. Oh my God. Now here's one person I like. Diane Carroll, beautiful woman. Damn, she was beautiful. Hold on, let me digress. Again, uh, Diane Carroll, so beautiful. You could smell her. I can still, when I think about it, I can smell her body coming up the steps, just what she had on in the National Women's Museum. I'll never forget it, the way she moved. Whew, I'm sorry, let me fan Diane Carroll. I have her book. I'm gonna have to read that. Diane Carroll. Okay, let me calm down. Ah, when black women were like her, I just want to say, when I was a child, when I was young, I imagine as a black man, I would grow up and I would see, as I saw as a young child, black women that presented like Diane Carroll. What I'm living now is a nightmare. The tattoos and shit. I just, damn. I hate going outside because I can't stand seeing it. What happened to us? Hmm. We become godless. Diane Carroll, who had hosted fundraisers for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in the past, held a fundraising party for Chisholm at her Beverly Hills home in late April. Carroll wanted to meet Huey Newton, was delighted when he attended the party. Her co-host, comedian Flip Wilson, go Flip, donated 5,000. The last hurdle was media coverage, which was overwhelmingly concentrated on 2 frontrunners. A case in point was scheduled the June 4th appearance of the McGovern and Humphrey on the ABC television show Issues and Answers. Having learned of the broadcast, Chisholm and Sam Yorty, she keeps mentioning Sam Yorty. Sam Yorty was the former head of police in Los Angeles where they would beat and kill black people. Notice how this feminist always talks about the sexism of black men, but when you have a racist ass white man like Sam Yorty, she doesn't tell you who the hell he is. Look him up. Yorty was a bastard. I said so. Realized the campaign was actually set up as a debate and thus should be open to all candidates per the Federal Commission's communications rules. She filed a suit with an appeals court in San Francisco and lost. The justices decided the appearance was a bona fide news interview and not subject to equal time regulations. Undaunted, and despite the fact that she only had a few days, she decided to file suit. She approached a young Maryland attorney, Tom Asher, a GCP. Asher's a GCP name, who had recently founded a public interest firm called Media Access Project.
asking him whether on short notice he could fight to have her included in the debate. Chisholm and Asher appealed to the United States Circuit Court in Washington, D.C., and this time they won. The court also dictated that NBC and CBS, which had both excluded Chisholm from joint interviews with McGovern and Humphrey, must be given her time and a few days remaining before the primary. She did so from New York, too exhausted from constant campaigning. Chisholm participated in the programs remotely. Despite her television appearances and late endorsement from the SCLC's Western region, that's the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Chisholm fell short of the 200 to 300,000 votes she'd hoped for in California. McGovern had won with 1,550,652. Humphrey had come in second with 1,375,064, and Chisholm came in fourth, earning 157,435, or 4.4% of the vote. Under proportional system, however, that number would be high enough to bring 12 delegates to the convention next month. The case that Chisholm sought to make in her home state was simple. The Democratic Party nomination was not sewn up, and she needed delegates to keep the party accountable. But the late June home state primary was surprisingly challenging. First, Chisholm's own name would not appear on the ballot. Voters would select delegates only, and the names of the candidates to whom the delegates were pledged appeared nowhere on the printed ballots. The election of the National Democratic Convention delegates in the delegates in the state of New York was itself a confusing and complicated process. Second, local political alliances, feuds, and shifting alliances created an anti-Chisholm contingent in her own Brooklyn district. Chisholm was still hopeful. As a New York committeewoman, she herself had a delegate vote at the convention. She thought she'd have at least 6 and possibly as many as 19 delegates from New York. She was the only candidate besides McGovern who was actively campaigning in the state, and multiple constituencies were behind her. In her home district, there was some grassroots support, including people from her church, those who knew her from her teaching career, and constituents from whom her office had helped. William Thompson remained steadfast and helped field a Chisholm committee slate in the district. She had also committed slates in Westchester County, Buffalo, and Syracuse. Small fundraising functions were springing up all over the place in the city and even statewide. There was a group called Black Women for Shirley Chisholm for President, which included luminaries Dorothy Height and Dorothy Pittman Hughes. Flatbush Women for Shirley Chisholm held a dinner fundraiser. Harry and Julia Belafonte held a star-studded cocktail party at their home. Julie Belafonte also teamed up with Diane Carroll for a Stars for Shirley's evening fundraiser with Lena Horne, Ruby Dee, and Ossie Davis and Roberta Flack. The coalition of 100 Black women invited her to their meeting, and there was a benefit performance of Van Peebles Ain't Supposed to Die a Natural Death. The New York Amsterdam News, after extensive interviews and discussions, endorsed her. The state organization People for Chisholm held a cocktail party, this one at Harlem's Doll Restaurant. In Manhattan, her support was strong among feminists because Betty Friedan was running in Harlem as a Chisholm delegate. But she had opponents in Brooklyn who engaged in throat-cutting, backbiting, and petty jealousies. This was a major obstacle to the campaign, and Chisholm had hesitated about running slates in New York because of her uncertainty that she could work out support with local Black politicians. After local megachurch pastor Reverend William Jones criticized her record in Congress and mused out loud about her running against her for the 12th district, Chisholm hit back. "Please don't send a boy to do a man's job," she warned, "since this 100-pound featherweight would enjoy nothing better than slaying a behemoth of a man." But the conflict with the pastor was not the only one. A rift opened up between Chisholm and the former rival William Thompson on one side and her former supporters, Assemblyman Tom Fortune and State Senator Waldaba Stewart, on the other. Fortune and Stewart collaborated with Chisholm's rival Assemblyman Sam Wright. Samuel Wright is the father of my friend who who hated Shirley Chisholm, to devise an uncommitted delegate slate in the 12th district. By the way, Sam Wright's son is Howard Wright. They regarded Chisholm as an ingrate who had ignored them during the 2 terms she served because she was not supporting their reelection campaigns. They were appalled that she neither consulted nor informed them of her plans to run for president prior to announcing in January. They refused to support her at the Gary Convention in March, and Fortune was quoted in the New York Times as now regretting his assistance to her campaign at 68. She's spending so much time with Women's Lib and Gay Lib that she's forgetting all about Black Lib here in Bedford Stuyvesant. Those are quotes. Mm, mm. He said, although the Amsterdam News had formally endorsed her, one of the editorial members, Carlos Russell, proclaimed his support for McGovern and made his infamous vaginal politics assertion about Chisholm. He went on, quote, as much as I've searched, all I hear is James Brown's talking loud and saying nothing, close quote. The 3 men were right that Chisholm had support among the women's movement leaders, even as they had assumed that such support compromised Chisholm's commitment to Black voters. Chisholm alternatively saw no conflict in being and continued to bring Black women supporters into a coalition in the state. At the New York Women's Political Caucus in Syracuse, 91-year-old Congresswoman Jeanette Rankin, she's a white woman that voted, she's from Montana, she voted against the World War, America going to war in World War I and World War II. Historic woman, proudly wore a Chisholm for President button. For the primary, Chisholm's delegates represented a cross-section of social movement leaders with large presence of feminists. Betty Friedan, a Jewish feminist. Gloria Steinem, a pro-abortion Jewish feminist. I'm just telling you. Jacqueline Ceballos, Flo Kennedy, a Black lesbian, and plus Manhattan Bureau President Percy Sutton, who was Malcolm X's lawyer, just so you know, and Reform Democrat Paulo Dyer. The New York Now would throw her a campaign party, although there was some dispute over who would pay for it. Black women were, as elsewhere, the most devoted supporters, meaning the white women weren't loyal people. Black women. One reporter discovered that most women in Harlem planned to vote for Chisholm, even though they feared they were backing a losing candidate because Shirley is the only one who's saying anything about poverty and racism. Chisholm's campaign planned a packed month of June in advance of the primary. At the National Youth Movement luncheon, she received the endorsement of its young leader, Reverend Al Sharpton. People for Chisholm organized a rally for her on June 12th at the Edison Theater in Manhattan with the message to send the feminists to the Democratic Convention. The next evening, she appeared on local television for an interview by the Amsterdam News editorial board. Asked if she was a serious candidate at a fundraiser the next night, she emphatically told the audience, "What do you think I've been doing for the past 7 months? Crisscrossing the country. Why do you think I've stayed in when others with big name endorsements and big money dropped off? Of course I'm serious." Saturday before the primary, she went back home in Brooklyn, reviving her 1968 campaign style with the sound truck and motorcade, this time made larger by the addition of Secret Service vehicles. At stops along the way, she exhorted onlookers to vote the Chisholm team, the team that cares. Her delegates and their candidates for local seats she had put up against her rivals, but the whirlwind campaigning fell short. In the primary, McGovern's delegates did even better than expected, winning 240 of the 248 delegates up for grab. Chisholm had nearly been shut out. Even in her home district, her delegate slate had been beaten by Stewart and Fortune's uncommitted one, which would probably go to McGovern. Chisholm campaigned lightly in other states. She won one primary, the uncontested one in New Jersey. In the Midwestern states, she targeted her best showing was 7 delegates in Minnesota. She fared slightly better in southern states. In Georgia, she had 5 committed delegates, the most from the 5th Congressional District on the west side of Atlanta, where there was an energetic student-led campaign for her. Only one of the 5th delegates pledged not to vote for her, Julian Bond. She won 4 delegates in Tennessee. Chisholm did not enter the May D.C. primary despite her popularity in the district and lack of travel expenses required. Walter Fauntroy, the delegate in the District of Columbia, had personally asked Chisholm to stay out because he would run as the favorite son. He promised his delegates to her on a second or third ballot and reminded her that he was a minister, so his promise was genuine. And Chisholm telling him she took his word and did not run there. She nearly reconsidered when a faction of the district Democrats and the editorial board of the Washington Post accused Fauntroy of employing anti democratic dictator tactics, despite the fact that she felt she had disappointed some by not running there. Chisholm wished to avoid infighting with Fauntroy over the issue and stayed out. Fauntroy won the D.C. primary with almost 72%. She would regret her decision when Fauntroy handed all of his delegates to McGovern. Let me just say to you that Shirley Chisholm had betrayed. Fauntroy was allied with the people in the Congressional Black Caucus and felt that Chisholm had betrayed the people by not working. So yes, he duped her, and she had duped people too. It's called politics. Get out of the personality. Chisholm ran in the less competitive North Carolina primary and won 7.5% of the vote, a distant third to George Wallace and former Governor Terry Stanford. That share did not yield any delegates, however. It it also contributed to talk that Chisholm was a stalking horse for Wallace. Rumors continued when Wallace was shot in an assassination attempt in Maryland primaries and the Maryland primaries 2 weeks later. Chisholm was deeply shaken by the shooting, which occurred when Wallace got up close to voters and shook hands, as she often did. She was relieved to get Secret Service protection after that point, but still felt that she could have easily been in Wallace's situation. She decided to make the 4-hour trek from the capital up to Silver Spring, Maryland, to visit Wallace in the hospital, accompanied by Thaddeus Garrett. Catching her as she emerged from the hospital, the press asked she was doing for nearly 15 minutes she had spent at Wallace's bedside. She explained she had decided to express her sympathy for Wallace. The visit was very pleasant. The two had a brief discussion in which agreed on government unresponsiveness to the people, symbolized by outside corporate interests and taxation. Speculation swirled. Was she and Wallace brokering some sort of Faustian bargain, or was Chisholm using Wallace's injury as an opportunity to display collegiality? But Chisholm still disagreed with Wallace on fundamental issues. When the Washington Post writer asked her about her rumored support of Wallace as a vice presidential nominee, she exploded with Jesus Christ and described how their views on most issues were diametrically opposed. She would have keep having to explain her visit to Wallace for years afterwards. The primaries were over on June 20th, and Chisholm had learned hard lessons about maintaining a diverse coalition by the extreme difficulty of fundraising. She had won about 2.7% of the popular vote. And Chisholm's view, she had 31 delegates. The New York Times counted 28. The night after the New York primary, she was still upbeat, proclaiming her exhaustion, but vowing to remind the big boys of the people when they start wheeling and dealing. She spent the first week of July resting in the Virgin Islands. Then she headed for Miami. Okay,
I think there's one more chapter here because I'm going to stop. Let me see how much. Oh, I think I could get through this. Let me see. Hmm. Should I do a little bit more? Are you guys understanding why I want y'all to look into this woman? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do y'all want me to do some more? I'm going to do chapter 16, and chapter 16 is short. Wow. Chapter 16, I'm going to do this. Unless y'all want me to read some more, y'all like this? And I'm getting questions up in here. Let me answer some questions first, because I have chapter 16. The beauty of this is literally what's so beautiful about this is six. I've got 16 pages left to read. I read 54 pages, so I'm gonna read some more. Okay, wonderful. We'll do it. Let me answer some questions. Bruce, when would you say that the black grassroots first recognized started calling tethers like Chisholm? It is the black grassroots, but actually, the black grassroots are late. The first person people were talking about this back in Marcus Garvey's time. The problem is, many of our people are we lack in sociology and political science. It's called a leisure class. We black people we don't have a leisure class. Our black elite are traders and black people, grassroots black people. There are a couple of things that black people don't have because black people are, I'm sorry, black people are dumb as shit when it comes down to survival. We're stupid as hell. We can get black folks to support gun buybacks, which means disarm black people. We can get folks to say get rid of black business areas. We are actually have a culture of suicide. We have a suicidal culture right now, along with abortion being called healthcare. Everywhere you look at death and destruction, you can get black people to advocate for it. The black elite are killing us, and part of the reason, a lot of people do not like people like me, is that I never wanted to be in the group of successful, wealthy blacks that destroy other black people. That doesn't make me happy. It makes me miserable to see homeless black people, illiterate black. Even if I can't do it, I just hate seeing it. If I can't do anything, I wish I could. We have a class of people who could solve and won't do it. Okay, will not do. We have a trader elite, and at the same time, the black grassroots have been they're distracted. We have a bullshit suicidal culture where niggas are obsessed with sports, drugs, stupid sex, not procreative sex because we're killing all our babies, or we're having gay sex. And I'm not obsessed in this gay thing. I'm going to state this once and for all. I believe it's completely possible for us to have solidarity as black men with each other, and it shouldn't be, it's ungodly, and it's unhealthy for it to be sexual. We absolutely should give a damn about the next black man and woman. Every black woman shouldn't be someone that you're trying to screw. As I said to you, I like Aja Smith. Aja Smith is a beautiful, intelligent black woman. Like the first time I saw her. I'm not trying to be laid up with her, but I like her. I could talk to her for hours. I've been able to talk to her on the phone a few times. It's always beautiful. I can tell you, I can enjoy talking to a good, intelligent black woman. To me, it's like having sex. It's so good to have the energy of a righteous spiritual sister. It's better than sex. A lot of folks don't enjoy each other. I have sisters, we could just go out, people, we get along so well, people are convinced that it's Pound Town. I'm thinking, they're nice. They're not the person that I'm going to hook up with in the spirit.
Of course, my you know what can fit in there, you know what? That's plumbing. But we're talking about people, we're talking about spirit, we're talking about souls, we're talking about legacies. Um, we don't have a culture, we've lost basic principles of how to exist. Do I love black men? Of course I do. Do I want someone's buttocks over my nose, male? No. Do I need someone's nuts on my chin? No. Do I need someone's excrement on my prepuce? No. Do I want my rectum impaled by a man? No. But if I need to talk to someone for consolation, I can call Angry Black Man in Baltimore and I can get the solidarity of another black man that can understand how I feel sometimes. I can talk to Brother Judah. I can talk to Brother Claude. I, if see some of you, if you haven't been in an all-white situation where there was nobody black to talk to, and maybe you could find somebody, a Filipino, someone's getting their ass kicked too, but you at least kind of get some humanity out of it. If you've never been there, we take each other for granted. We have no value of each other. That's something that foreigners and other people see as a weakness, and they hate us for it. It's a disgusting, despicable trait. No one likes when you don't like yourself. Black people, when you hate your own guts, other people join in and hate you too. Um, Part of our hatred is we have not built. If you look at Somalis, no matter what you think about them, everywhere they go, they have a consulate where the Somali men come together and decide how they're going to take care of their community. Do you know if a Somali person is unemployed, they have a fund to take care of Somalis for up to 2 years, whether they find work or not? If you're black and shit goes bad, no matter how decent you can't find any kind of help from anyone because we don't have an investment in each other. We divest from self. We're suicidal. So there's never been in recent memory an effort by black people, in particular black men, the time that we fucking spend looking at the National Ball Licking Association and the National Fag League, looking at sports and talking about other people that are millionaires that don't give a fuck about us. We haven't created institutions and organizations that will help people on a grassroots level. We haven't been doing this for 60 years. It only takes 20 years for a culture to die. It's only the grace of God we're not exterminated, surrounded by so many people who hate our guts. So when a person like myself, as I explained in another interview, found out that they were planning to kill black people in the Gulf Coast region, I couldn't think of anyone to go to. Hey, people in New Orleans don't have to die. I had the information in August. Who can I ask? I could have helped someone, but and they're black people with money and positions, but the emphasis is not on survival. The emphasis of our elite and successful black people is a simulation, or another word, ethnocide. It is ethnic cultural death, has been the agenda of our black elite and our dumb fuck black masses. If they have a big ass car, a nice house, and they have white respectability and acceptance, we see them as heroes no matter how many times they stab us in the back and cut our throats. And those black people who stand up, as I want to mention, this man, Mr. Poindexter, Black Panther, who died in jail the other day. You don't know who he is. We have hundreds of black people who've been rotting in jail since the 1960s. Twice as long as Nelson Mandela, who your black ass is celebrate his bisexual ass, who betrayed his people, that communist motherfucker, who didn't give land to the black poor, and made LGBTQ constitutional in South Africa. And he let the white people and the Asians have and said no to his own black people who died for his sorry ass when he was in jail. We keep making heroes out of who white people tell us are great, and those who are great amongst us, if we don't get the approval of white people, black people won't see your greatness. Black folk have had to go to Europe and everywhere else to be significant to their own people. We're the only fucked up people in the world who won't recognize our own talent or ability or our greatness. We demand that people go to our enemies and get their help and support and approval before we'll fucking look at them. Anybody that won't sell you out will not have the money or the support of the other people. So we see them as unsuccessful. You don't think I couldn't sell out and betray black people? Don't you know I know Candace Owens and these other, don't you realize if I was a coon ass nigger, I could do that and get paid? Do you know how many of us turn down money because we don't hate black people? Do you really think we want to be poor and not have resources? Do you really understand that there are people black who gave up? Because a lot of black folks, they hate their own guts. And the big thing about black people is we hate God. We hate God over how he made us look. And we hate God instead of hating racism and injustice and sell out Negro practices. We hate God, who's the only hope we have to change the situation. We hate morality. We hate things that are necessary to free us. So when black people try to create entities 100 years ago, a black man who had the first PhD in mathematics from an American university, Kelly Miller, tried to create a parliament, a government, a policy bureau to try to do things to help black people. Kelly Miller didn't get no help. The black folk with the money ran. Anyone black tried to do stuff, like I'm saying, Shirley Chisholm, who's trying to get white respectability, the black grassroots that come behind her, just, folks are saying, betray them. Don't you want our money? Don't you want our money? If you want our money, you have to betray other black people. Ask some folks in corporate America. I worked in corporate America, even if it wasn't a high level. Do you know, I got in trouble because I would talk to the black cleaning people. I used to clean offices. It was fun. The only problem I had in cleaning offices was because two things. One, there were certain white people that knew it was black people cleaning offices. So there was one white man who would spit tobacco all over his office, be covered in spit and tobacco slime. And I had to pick up the white man's spit and tobacco every day, come and clean up his filth. He spit it on the floors, and I had to clean it up. And one time I got accused of leaving the room in a mess. And so I had to have my supervisor, a black woman, of course, who didn't believe me, thought I was a liar. So says, well, I always clean this room. I always do. I do what you tell me to do. She went up and saw that the room was clean. And she says, but they said the office was dirty. I says, I can't control what people say. I know I clean it. I says, but come in tomorrow and see how the man does it. What happened is, if he locked his office, I couldn't open it to clean the filth he left. So the next day, she came in and he had spit and vomited tobacco all over his office. And you know what? I got to give credit. The sister came and said, you don't need to clean this anymore. But imagine, because a black person has to clean, I'm going to be nastier. I'm going to leave. I have a trash can. And because a black person has to clean it, I'm going to throw trash all around the trash can, but never get it in. That was one. And then two, the rival cleaning companies had gotten a key to break and to come into the building and trash our offices and accuse blacks of being incapable of scrubbing, vacuuming, and cleaning so they could bring in Latinos to replace us. By the way, these jobs were at the very bottom of the minimum wage thing. So the accusation was black people are lazy and they can't clean. I had this experience exactly 40 years ago where I learned that taking the dirty, low paying job, even that wasn't secure because they could pay those people $1.20 less than what we were getting. And therefore, we were going to be purged from just a night hustle. I mean, clean offices was cool. Come in, clean, then get out. I mean, and you have some money. Never bothered me to do cleaning or serve people. It doesn't. I mean, I enjoy helping people. So I didn't have a problem when I was on the corporate side. If I saw people cleaning and washing, speak to them, respect them. I was told you need to stop talking to those people by black and white people. Stop speaking to them. I'm thinking, it's not, no, you're not to talk to them. You stay with them. Same people that reject you wouldn't speak to you because you're black didn't want you to speak to the other black people who were working there. Imagine that. I don't want you and you can't have them either. This is what's happened to certain black folks who call themselves successful. All these black folks who have the mental problems is that they've got to stab their own people in the back to have a tenuous, iffy, conditional middleman position with white supremacy as long as they betray their own. I sleep good. I can sleep standing up because my conscience is clear. A lot of black folks on psychotropic drugs, a lot of these professional black women are crazy bitches because they're taking all these drugs as they dog black men for jobs and shit. Yes, you black women do. And you call yourself a businesswoman. No, you're basically a bed wench that works in an office. When they use black women and human resources offices to keep black men out of jobs, tell the black woman she's a professional when black men don't get jobs. Oh, yes, they do. And it's not discriminatory because it's a black woman. Same ones that beef about black men not working and not wanting to take put them in the place to make certain that black men don't get jobs and call it non-discriminatory because a black woman who knows white folks want her to knife black men and only hire white women and others. And proof that she's professional is that she doesn't offer anything to black people, especially black men. So success for those blacks who make it is betrayal of the rest of us, turning their backs on us. And until there's a day where we black folks start having tribunals in every city in the country and we do a grid and find out who has which position, who's doing what, who's the inspector, who's the teacher, who's the principal, and say, hey, you, come here, Mr. Successful Black Person. God damn it, you better do this or we're going to break your ass and we'll get you before white people get to us. Every ethnic group does this except for us. We don't act like a people. We act like barbarians, and we're treated like barbarians. And if you ever notice, when white folks go into an area and colonize it, they count on the tribalism and the fractious nature of clannish cultures. They come in with this nationalism. And for the other people, it's all relationship and feelings, nothing but nigger feelings. I can't forget my nigger feelings and love, right? So everything's feelings and emotion. Nothing is cold rationalism. I mean, white folks have Adolf Eichmann and Heydrich, and all these people sit down and decide how they're going to wipe out and push certain people out. And Negroes are caught up in relationships and feelings. And well, that white man loved me, right? Maybe he did, but he doesn't love us. I'm saying all this in a long explanation to say that the steps that were made when you had Black Wall Streets is in all those communities, you had patriarchal groups of Black men
Sometimes they had black women, but black men had their little auxiliary. Black men, when they are doing something other than fucking each other or acting like the world's running out of pussy and hating each other for being straight, isn't it crazy? They hate you for being gay, hate you for being bi. And if you're straight, your competition for pussy, I hate you for that too. I hate you if you're poor because you're going to ask me for something. I hate you if you have the same thing as me because I can't look down on you. And if you have more, I'm a jealous ass. What they've done is created a bitchified, feminine, drone ass, sperm dropper, useless ass black man who thinks being a brother fucker, being against every other black man is virility and macho. No other group of men that are successful engage in such behavior. It's not tolerated. And black community, when I stab everybody in the back and I make it, I'm great. That's not how it goes with any real group of men. So one of the reasons that we don't have this stuff is that black manhood doesn't really exist. Black manhood often doesn't exist because you want some pussy. By the way, let me tell you something. Real black women respect real black men. A black man that's groveling and panhandling and begging to be recognized by women isn't really respected. And they'll drop your ass like a hot potato when they meet a man that will not bow down and run after them. They want that more. That's why they'll go and fuck the nigger who's a serial killer in jail and say no to the corporate nigger that will spend money on her bills, who has a good job, who begs. Black men, we're beggars. Nobody respects beggars. Nobody. And we've been told we beg for pussy, we beg for respect. And it's interesting, we won't give it. Manhood and other cultures is not a trial by ordeal. I was talking to a brother about this today. And, I've watched this dynamic. I've watched every other group of men. When they get around each other, if they meet a man in the same group as them, they try to find out how they connect and they work something out. If I want to talk to the average black, a lot of times, what's the icebreaker to be able to talk to him is, you know what? You have to denigrate a woman. Man, she's got a fat ass. I'd fuck her. Instead of saying, hello, my name is, because we don't respect or receive each other. So we have to find some weird ritual way to talk to each other. Like, well, I really love that pussy, man, that big ass. Man, I fuck her. You got a fine ass bitch. Other men don't tolerate that kind of talk. Not as a first one. Not for people they really want to be around when there's respect and there's morals. Instead, who are you? What's your business? Where you're from? And because a lot of us don't know that, I guess all we can do is talk about sexual history. Isn't that nasty? You're a man, and the first thing another man's talking to you about is sex. That shit's gay, black men. Why is some strange black man having a sexual conversation with you and they don't know you? I mean, there's got to be a positive way to have bonding. And that's why I'm going to tell you something. Black men that suck dick are more united than black men that don't. That's always angered me. How come so called normal black men that love pussy can't come together around protecting people with pussies? If you loved it, we should be making certain that people who have pussies have housing, health care, maternity care, child care, a good diet, places to exercise so their asses aren't the size of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. If you love pussy and the people that had it. So I think it's chin music that we love pussy. I think we like access to pussy, but we don't like the people who actually have the pussy. It's two different things. To love a woman and love her orifice. By the way, that parallels. Gay men love the orifices or the parts of other men, but they don't give a damn about men. And if they did, you wouldn't fuck them. So black heterosexuality, a lot of it is as rogue as the gay shit. The only difference is the whole is natural. But the spiritual connection is busted. That's why we're killing babies, raping, murdering, abusing, molesting one another. It's disgusting. Back to my point. So all these distractions, all this dumb shit we're on, the serious things of survival, land, hard assets, having our own economy, having our own protection force. That doesn't come into mind. I have Brother Juan teaching people how to use weapons to protect themselves. Most black men who don't even know how to use the fucking guns they have are too good to take any training. Especially, no nigga, he ain't gonna tell me this is my gun. In fact, if you change the decibels of the frequency of how black men talk, most of them would sound like fags. This is my gun. So this is my gun. Still a bitch. So all this dumb shit that means nothing that we brag about, we haven't done the real work to be a self-determining people. There are individuals that small people try. How many of you have family reunions? Real family reunions. Not when niggas turn on the Marvin Gaye and shit and people dance, but sit down and say, hey, y'all, we're 200 people, the family here today. We need a family fund that never again will anyone in this family have an issue buying a house. Never again will anyone in this family lack health care. We're going to create a means to make certain that everybody's got dental care. We're going to pool the money to make certain we're covered. Now, folk will come together and eat a bunch of unhealthy food, dance to some music. And by the way, our networks are too small. And for the fuckers who complain about me saying I have so many family members, that's how Jews make it. They've got family all over the world they plug into for shit. Our shit's too limited. It's interesting. The only thing we want to be big black men is a woman's ass and our dicks. Why can't our vision of who we are and our network and as a people be bigger and extend further than the tip of our dicks? Don't blame the women. This is men's fault. This is men's shit. Now I give women hell about this shit. I'm going to give you brothers some hell. We're the bitches in the community. And it incenses me. There should be someone to kick these fucking tethers and other people out of our business. I was at a human rights conference 11 years ago. I didn't bother anyone. I was just talking at a human rights conference concerning Black Americans. And I was talking about certain needs that Black Americans had. And a Caribbean bitch stood up and began to complain about me talking about Black Americans at a Black American conference. And by the way, since it was a woman, and again, Black men being the coward bitches, nobody said anything. And I realized, and this is what I hate about Black culture, it's fucked up. If I corrected that bitch, a lot of folks would be ducking, being embarrassed that this tether that's invaded our space, who's female, got corrected by a man who didn't hear, let the woman speak. Niggas beat women's asses every day over stupid shit. We're talking about our human rights. I didn't say anything against anyone. This bitch comes up and tells us we don't have the right to talk about our own rights in our own meeting. And I'm looking around, and by the way, no Black woman said shit to back me. I dealt with that tether bitch right then and there and invited her foreign ass to leave. Certain people were mad at me for making her feel unwelcome. She was the one that made me feel unwelcome at my damn meeting. I travel 1,000 miles for someone to tell me I can't talk about what the meeting's about because she's from a foreign country. That bitch up and left. Somebody should have checked her. Or said, I agree with what Mr. Short said. But instead, everybody, in particular, Black men, think being cool and not standing on a principle and being popular
is being a man. No, being a man means that you can stand with other men or you can stand alone if you can't find anyone. That kind of thing doesn't happen. We're fucking weak. I let that Caribbean bitch know, excuse me, miss. This meeting is for Black Americans. I didn't talk about you, but I need to say, I know for a fact I couldn't crash whatever island you come from. I couldn't come into your meeting as a Yankee and disrupt and tell you you couldn't talk about whether you're from Barbuda or Bermuda or from the Bahamas or from Grenada. I could not come in and tell you you couldn't have your own cultural meeting. It would be considered rude for African Americans, and you guys would not just, the whole room of you guys would be shouting and screaming, telling me to get out. You haven't been asked to get out, but if you feel like leaving, please do me that favor and get the hell out. Nobody said, ma'am, I don't like the way he said it per se, but if you're here to obstruct our meeting, you perhaps are in the wrong place because we've been taught to be timid around our survival. You don't really double down on having space or place. Black men. Black men are too damn soft psychologically and spiritually. That's why I use the term fagonist. We're political, social faggots because we don't create legacies. We could. And by the way, I'm going to keep saying it. Black men need to love God. They need to have love and respect for Black women and Black children. And there should be a baseline of non homoerotic brotherly cooperation that we have for each other. I love Black men because I am a damn Black man. I feel some sense of solidarity and concern. I want you to have a home. I want you to succeed. I want you to know how to read. I want you to have good health. I want you to be a good father. I want you to have salvation and grace from God. I want you to have nice clothing. I want you to have a good diet. I want you to own. I want you to be healthy. I want you to have good mental health. I want you to have all your teeth. I want you to be safe from human trafficking and crime. I want you to be heterosexual. If you've been violated, I want you healed. Because if you're healed and you're well, and we have solidarity, then we're well. The better, the more of us are, the better off we are. The stronger we are as each individual person, as a collective, the stronger the group is. If we tolerate large swathes of us going to jail, being addicted, being unemployed, having no hope, collectively it makes us weaker. So look at all the rich niggas that die. And because we're weak, Prince's people are barely holding on, Jackson's people, you name it, Black people, they can get their money, but they can't hold it. And it ends up literally going back to white supremacy. Oprah, that bitch killed the one child she was going to have. She's a stud. Sure, she is. And I wonder if she's going with Gail. And then she's eating Oprah. That explains why she's gotten so ugly. Who's going to get Oprah Winfrey's money? And it's probably not going to go to Black people. So as we all, oh, Oprah Winfrey's rich. Oprah. Basically, it's just a big check for white people to give themselves. Yeah, we use that bitch to promote lesbianism and abortion in the Black community. And she gave all her money to us. That's how we are. I am going to make a will this year. I'm going to make a will in February. And I'm going to will initially everything to my mother. She outlives me. Everything. Whatever I have is hers. And if my mother doesn't survive me, I have to try to figure out who. I don't have anything quite yet. But when I do, like life insurance policy and all this shit,
who to give it to, but do the best I can to give it to someone black that's going to do something for, at least for their own family, do something for someone black. I don't want to give it to I don't want to give it to Mitch McConnell. Okay? I don't think we think like that. White folks be thinking about, they even write to the will, please do not give 1 cent to niggers. No matter, I read probates of slave masters because I have so many in my family. And it's amazing how they have everything written down. I mean, down to the spoons and shit, who gets it and who gets their chattel property and who's going to get stuff into perpetuity. While they're living, they think about what's going to go and what black people won't get. And we have difficulty thinking about passing stuff to living people that we goddamn know. We black men have this whole idea of what being a man wrong. It's bigger than our dicks. It's bigger than sports. It's bigger than our individual household. As long as we see our manhood as being this very small band, we're dead. Our units are too small. They fucked up the Indians because the Indians refused to become larger groups to fight the growing number of Europeans coming in. The Africans refused to band together and got picked off. And we're getting picked off now because we don't think we need each other. I need black men. I go out of the way. I spend more time trying to make friends with brothers than I do with women. Not because I don't like women, but I'm not thinking of women as, fighting combatants. Of course they can, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't. We have to start understanding what other people use for sports is not what we do. Sports for most people is paramilitary training for conflict. Sports for black folks is to get rich and abandon their community. We don't even get sports right. Start looking at independence movements, which is what I'm telling you, all these niggas with their damn channels don't really sit down and have these kinds of conversations. Where did the Indian independence movement come from? Where did they come from? Do you realize a lot of this stuff came out of sports leagues? You talk about capoeira from Brazil to hide teaching martial arts to fight white slaveholders. You act like it's dancing and it's really well, you can kill people to defend yourself. We don't think about that. We don't. We're not serious. And we goof too much. We clown too much. All these black comedians. What I'll say of Dick Gregory is that Dick Gregory was funny, but Dick Gregory wasn't really a comedian. Dick Gregory was a social critic that was funny. People always say to me, you need to go to the comedy club. I don't want to be a fucking comedian. I'm a person who is called to the ministry of the gospel who happens to be funny, who happens to know how to use street parlance, who's from DC. And because my parents put us around jailbirds and other people, you learned it's DC street talk of joning and putting people down. It's how we communicate in DC. So if I start talking about how ugly someone is, it's not me attacking them. It's just when we get together, DC people, we just get in and start talking about people. Who's ugly, whose baby looked like the doctor dropped them when they were born. The baby popped out and they slipped out of the doctor's hand and hit the floor. It's just not judgmental. I I thought everybody just got together and talked bad about people. Talk about someone's head looks like a busted piece of macaroni, or So it may be funny. This is because this is I went to public schools with niggas that was simulated that was stupid. They knew how to crap better than they did algebra. This is what happens. But I'm not a comedian because I'm not running after jokes. I'm not running after laughs, although I know how to get people to laugh. I'm more interested in getting you to think. And laughter can be a way to get you to think because niggas are defensive and in denial, and we hate reality and we hate people that think, and we always want to run away from our pain because our asses aren't free. We're miserable. We hate our situation. We're insulted every day. We're humiliated. We're fucked over and it hurts. And we don't like to be reminded because we don't see a way to resolve it. So it's incumbent upon those of us who see there's an avenue for hope to figure out a way to um, control the narrative and overcome the objection to enlightenment being imparted. And in that sense, yes, I use humor and foul language and cussing in order to be able to get a conversation and a thought pattern that won't normally happen in school or church or anywhere else, which is why I don't like going to church because most churches are fucking mind control. Most preachers are liars and grifters. They're the biggest white supremacists in our community are nigger preachers. You can tell them I said it. Um, and they don't know a damn thing about Jesus. And that's the other thing. So, our one institution that we are most proud of has, in many ways, been the most destructive institution that we have because it's sissified, it's punkified, it's selfish, it's narcissistic, it's Luciferian, controlled by the Masons and the Greeks. It doesn't care a damn thing about the gospel. It doesn't care about helping the poor and needy or speaking out against suppression. That's the religion of Yehuda, Yahushua, aka Jesus for people that don't know his real damn name. That we don't have. And by the way, if the church represents the soul of a people and our churches are fucked up, then that means our soul and our minds are completely corrupted and compromised. If you've ever had a virus fuck up your very good computer where you couldn't use it, that's the state that we're in spiritually. And the only antiviral that will clean up our computer is God. And we have been desensitized and turned our backs on it because we don't know what the real thing is. And when we see the real thing, well, it doesn't have a big, bright, shiny car or a mega church, all that. So therefore, you can't possibly be about anything because you're not rich. You're not this. Well, they said the same thing to Yehuda. I mean, you're not a conquering king on a horse. You're a broke ass nigga on a donkey. So what you're feeding 5,000? So what you're doing? So what you're not compromised? We need someone that has something so we can see. In its nutshell, a people without a faith are a people without a future. It says, "My people perish for a lack of knowledge." Because we're ignorant, we are being destroyed. It also says, where there are many counselors, there's wisdom. Where are our academies? Not this HBCU bullshit. Where are places where black people think? Where are our think tanks? Where are our power bases? As I said to the Greek letter nigger, there are hundreds of thousands of people who have brands on their penises and breasts and their buttocks and arms and chest. And they have millions of dollars in education. We have 4 or 5 million black people with degrees. We're the most educated people in the world relative to our situation. All that education, and we're functioning worse than illiterate foreigners in our land of birth. You can't put all that on white folks, although they're in the mix. Some of this has to do with us not being right with the Creator and not being right with each other. And at the core of it is we black men's hearts are misfocused. It is time for us to become righteous and priest. And part of that is providing for the defenseless, for widows, for vulnerable. Right now, black people are more Darwinian than white people. We're more Darwinian than the illegals. The Mexican mafia, the Mexican drug dealers do more for Mexican people than all of our black organizations and politicians combined, even the church. How the fuck do people that mass murder people do more than folks who are supposed to impart righteousness in our community? It says that those people are corrupt as hell. Billions of dollars have gone to churches and black organizations, and what do we have? It shows that our leadership
are grifters, and they are traitors, and they're partners in our destruction. Stop looking at how much press print they get and start looking at the devastation. In the words of Yehuda, you can tell a tree by its fruit. If we got genocide apples, then you got a genocide tree. May I read on, please? I'm in chapter 16. I'm going to stop after 16. Or actually, I feel like getting another book. Let me go through these 16 pages. And if you want, I'll do another document. Does the First Baptist Church of Glenarden meet my approval? No, the First Baptist Church of Glenarden does not meet my approval. Anytime the women in that church had to beg that green-eyed midget to say abortion's wrong, and he's supposedly a man of God, what the fuck? Number two, and you can tell him I said it, when I approached him and asked him to take a stand against the legalization of pedophilia in the Congress, he turned his back and stopped talking to me. What kind of preacher wants pedophilia legalized or won't take a stand? The Bible says if a man knows something's right and doesn't do it, according to him, it is sin. Meaning that when I went to, in fact, let me tell you a real story about the pastor of Glenarden. Tell him I said it. When there was a couple in his church that he shouldn't have counseled because he doesn't have the qualifications to be a counselor. And he shouldn't if he does. It's not right for pastors to counsel people. When the near white, light-skinned liar wife who went off way across the country to have orgies and contract multiple sexually transmitted diseases and comes back infected with lesions on their face and wants to infect and have sex with her husband, and he objects to having sex with her and gets it confirmed by her doctor that this woman has multiple STDs and therefore won't have sex with his wife. Do you know the pastor of the First Church of Glenarden told this man to have sex with his wife even though she had VD and told him it won't kill you? That's the kind of advice that nigga gave. Tell him I'm going to tell everybody that he did it. That's bogus. That's fraud. That's ministerial malpractice. He's lucky the nigga's broke. He should be sued for telling a man to have sex with a woman who had sex with women and men and comes to infect her husband and then divorces him. In fact, had she got him infected, she would have accused him of infecting her. Whose side do you think that midget would have been on? I'm sorry. Bigger, maybe for dicks, but not for churches. Bigger doesn't mean better. These big ass churches are dying. These big ass churches didn't tell the truth about what happened with the shutdowns. These big ass churches are complicit in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of our people. It's a shame. It's a crime against God. Can't do nothing for me. You can have a big ass choir and everything, a sound stage. It doesn't mean anything. And in fact, why is his son out in the clubs drinking? A good pastor, according to the epistles, is one that has order in his household. How's he living? I said it. We don't have to. I don't care if people don't like it. So, I mean, you have a big budget. You have a $60 million budget. How come a church that large can't make an impact on all the carjacking and murders that are exploding in Prince George's County? Why aren't they speaking out against the sanctuary county bullshit? Why aren't they speaking out about the displacement and the systematic electronic mortgage fraud that's stealing homes from people, even in that church. Where the hell are these people? They have the money. They don't care. He doesn't care. He's a businessman. The church is a hustle. The church is a Ponzi scheme. And as I said in a church, the pimp sells pussy, the liquor store sells liquor, the drug man sells dope, the drag queen sells ass, and the black church sells bullshit. Let me share something with you. Even the people in the illegal economy deliver what they advertise. It is only the church that's supposed to impart justice and salvation that refuses to deliver it. That's false advertising. It's fraud. The black church should be shut down by the Better Business Bureau. They don't deliver what they're supposed to. It is an obligation to deliver justice and mercy. And when they don't do it, it is not just a crime of false advertising, it's a crime against God. Against God. And I don't care. Like I said, I dare some of these preachers. Let's have a damn debate. They run. They don't. Look, let me just say something to you, and I'll stop. One thing that you need to understand that exists according to the Bible. Let's just go back. Why did Ahab and Jezebel want Elijah dead? Have you ever wondered when they preach about Elijah and how he has the prophets of Baal slaughtered? And he does it himself, apart. Why? Why did they, before he did that, just want to kill one guy? We just want this one person dead. Why did they put Jeremiah in the mud to die? Why was Ezekiel, they wanted to kill Ezekiel? Why is there the need to kill these particular people? Why are the prophets murdered throughout the Old Testament? And why does Jesus say, "O Jerusalem, the city that kills the prophets and the anointed ones, I sent you"? Why does he lament about the prophets being killed? Why? Because according to the Bible order, a prophet is higher than a priest, a bishop, or any of that, which means a prophet is in communication with God and outranks a person. And a prophet doesn't need a church or a choir or stripper, praise dancers, or a bell choir or deacons because they get their authority and their word directly from Most High. The Most High talks to them. Therefore, a prophet outranks a nigger preacher. And therefore, if I have the gift of prophecy, then even my broke ass in my mother's basement have a higher position than a nigger with a church with 40,000 members. And this is why a lot of righteous black men don't go to church and they're not welcome in churches because a lot of black men have a gift of prophecy, and black men that are spiritual don't put up with that Sambo self-hating sodomite pedophile bullshit that people call the church. It should be called a crutch to help fat girls get around thinking God's going to send them somebody, which is a crock of shit. If God needs to send them anything, it's a treadmill and a row machine. Now, I'm going to read chapter 16. And I think I'm going to read something about eugenics so you can understand why I'm so angry with Shirley Chisholm. The Chisholm Coalition on the national stage. And let me get some water. So my throat's a little dry. My water's right here. I'm not going to go far. How you doing, coon pastors? And these coon pastors, hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Okay, let me get right to it. The Chisholm Coalition on the national stage, Miami 1972. The 1972 Democratic National Convention in Miami had a completely different complexion from the one in 1968. Major reforms adapted after the 1968 chaos and violence yielded a delegate body that was younger, more black and brown, and more female. Let me just stop here and say to you, to show you how backward shit is, none other than Georgetown Hoya looking coach John, John Thompson, looking Donna Brazil, complain that the Democratic National Committee, our delegates, are so white that the Democratic Party that most of you vote for, the the vote screw Negroes, Democrat we all die types, Democrats I don't care if we all die types, that the Democratic Party has become so less diverse. In other words, let's just say that black people have been purged from the delegate pool of the Democratic Party for this upcoming Democratic National Convention. 52 years later, after they're supposedly reformed, the Democrats have gone back on everything. We know that the Republicans have their issues, but the Democrats are supposedly our saviors. How do they reward us? By not keeping any of their promises. That's going on right now. Out of the 3,085 delegates at the DNC, 15% were black and 40% of the credentialed delegates were women, both tripled from 1968. Far fewer delegates held elected office in 1972 than they had in 1968. A symbol of the new inclusiveness, Yvonne Braithwaite, a black woman and front runner for a California congressional seat, was named the DNC vice chair. This did not come without resentment from party officials and labor leaders, many of whom lost out to the newcomers. Now, what she's not saying is these are white men who lost out. She's very reluctant to call people racist when they're white men. Notice that. That's why I keep bringing it up. Um, the result was a convention that was part of aspirational and part conservative. Energy from those experiencing new levels of participation gave the convention an air of possibility. The frontrunners were concerned with winning, and their policy positions and promises were secondary to this enterprise, but party stalwarts were also concerned with preserving earlier power arrangements and the DNC's power as an institution. Basically, white, racist, supremacist power within the Democratic Party. I need to unpack this shit for you. The Miami Convention was thus an explosive mix of competing interests. It would also be a defeat for Chisholm's campaign. However, Chisholm would emerge from the convention with increased power as a legislator and a political force in Brooklyn. Chisholm was there to exercise black feminist power politics. In other words, she was using what leverage she had to push the party and nominees towards her vision of political equality within the intersections of race, sex, and class. She wanted pledges to support government programs for equity, and would demand a black vice president, a woman secretary of health, education, and welfare, and an indigenous secretary of the interior, but she also hesitated to dictate a program. She, above all, wanted to be a rallying point, a catalyst to stimulate the seizing of political power by her coalition, not dictate an agenda. To do so, she still needed more delegates. With the delegate count so close between Humphrey and McGovern, her hope was to have a consequential number of votes with which to bargain.
There were still delegates, mostly black, who could be persuaded to vote for Chisholm on the first ballot, that is, to remain uncommitted to either front runner. Still, McGovern seemed to be trying to tie up more and more votes from black and women delegates. Chisholm was aware and disappointed in the political games underway in the delegate race. Well, what did she expect? There was a lot of dishonesty going on with these big, fat white gentlemen with the big stomachs running around. It was not right, she remembered. In particular, she suspected that the campaigns were buying delegates for money. She was also disappointed by the lack of support from those she considered allies. Even Humphrey, with whom she had found common cause in challenging California's winner take all system, whom she saw as equally decent, tried to appear to be more supportive than he really was. Bella Ubzug, a GCP, I repeat, she's a GCP, similarly declared us, and she's a feminist. I think she's a feminist lesbian. So, I mean, she's not a lesbian, but she was very hard looking, raggedy, greasy GCP. Similarly declared herself to be a supporter, but did nothing to help Chisholm's campaign. Steinem, too, who was screwing a black man at the time, I think she aborted all the babies she was having with him. No legacy, black man. Your seed is more valuable than being someone's abortion fodder, you dumbasses. Your seed being aborted. Other men think more about where their sperm goes. Black men treat their semen like it's potato chip bags or soda cans. It's nasty, it's vile, it's ungodly. Um, Steinem, too, was a self declared Chisholm supporter, but led the NWPC into backing McGovern. Chisholm thought it would have been embarrassing for them not to support her as a woman. See how this black woman, dumbass Taylor, not seeing race, thought as a woman. But she discovered any embarrassment was outweighed by their desire to back a winner. Winner translates white man on the first ballot. She was simply frustrated by the lack of support from most black political colleagues. Despite these frustrations and the fact that Chisholm was glad when the campaign was over, she was glad she'd done it. I never lost faith in the democratic process, she stated later. Chisholm was the object of some curiosity from convention delegates, the press, the public, and the frontrunners. For some, she inspired admiration; for others, anxiety or hostility. Joe Harris, a member of the Connecticut delegation, for example, noticed that hers was the only national campaign that had a black campaign worker in large numbers. Columnist George Fraser of the Boston Globe, on the other side, characterized her as an unqualified spoiler who would take black votes away from McGovern and help Nixon win. But one of his readers answered in Chisholm's defense. Mrs. Chisholm paid her dues just by being a woman in a country where men like George Fraser can have their ideas published. Right on, Sister Shirley. McGovern claimed to take Shirley Chisholm's campaign very seriously. Equality for black people and women were two important matters for him, though, of course, I would hope she wouldn't take votes away from me, he said. Some black delegates did not hesitate to move into the McGovern camp as long as Chisholm's name would be in nomination at the convention. Humphrey, too, was anxious that he could lose supporters to Chisholm. The Democratic Party leadership even offered Chisholm a seat on the steering committee as a consolation prize in exchange for her delegates, which she declined. The political game of negotiating for uncommitted, wavering delegates began weeks before the convention itself. The 400 plus black delegates were very much divided over whom to support. Some, such as California delegation leader Willie Brown, were backing George McGovern, placing their bets on the favorite hope that McGovern would repay the favor later. Others remained uncommitted, waiting to see whether they could bargain with their votes at the convention to put one candidate over the top, since McGovern was just 150 to 200 votes short, and Chisholm still had her stalwart supporters spread across the states. Despite these differences, the newspapers seemed to see black delegates as part of a bloc that would vote in unison. What's wrong with that? Competition among black politicians to be the top power broker of this bloc was fierce. The New York Times credited Yancey Martin, a black McGovern campaign staffer, and Julian Bond with being in charge of black delegates. The Washington Post, however, identified Walter Fauntroy as the main mover and shaker. Others were bargaining with McGovern. The three chairs of the Gary Convention, Richard Hatcher, Amari Baraka, and Charlie Diggs, it should be Congressman Charlie Diggs, announced their support after reaching an agreement with the candidate. Chisholm's Congressional Black Caucus colleagues, Louis Stokes, Walter Fauntroy, and Bill Clay, also extracted some promises from McGovern, claiming that they could deliver enough delegate votes to clinch the nomination. The 1972 Democratic Party platform was the most liberal platform yet in the history of the nation. The 150 members of the platform committee met in Washington in late June. Chisholm had one delegate who was a member, Jim Pitts of Massachusetts. Although McGovern himself, citing exhaustion, did not appear at the meeting, Chisholm did. She suggested the Democratic Party shake off the old custodial type of liberalism with its litany of welfare projects, its stress on numerical qualitative aspects of problems and politics, and the self-styled pragmatists contemptuous of those who challenge the familiar routine of power politics and Main Street wisdom. She advocated for the repeal of all laws that targeted LGBTQ for people for repression. She also objected to the label of radical left or moderate center. She said, "It's too bad that everything has to be labeled. We need to write a humanistic platform, and if we're concerned about human beings in America, we won't get hung up on labels." The platform committee responded with a standing ovation, the most positive response given to any of the candidates. But Chisholm would be disappointed with the platform regarding its vagueness on abortion rights. Look at abortion coming first, the Vietnam War, and economic revitalization. She would try to improve on these shortcomings at the convention. By the way, Shirley Chisholm never had any children. I wonder if she got an abortion. Just saying. Shirley and Conrad Chisholm. Remember, she cheated on him with the other dude who she'll later marry. Uh, and most likely Mac Holder and Thad Garrett, plus 8 Secret Service agents, boarded the plane on that night of July 8th, bound for Miami. There was an air of excitement aboard, and several star-struck passengers shook Chisholm's hand and wished her good luck. There was a small cluster of press and supporters at the airport, but the Secret Service hustled the candidate past them and into the motorcade. I remember thinking this must be what it's like all the time when you're the president or a queen, Chisholm recalled later. More well-wishers greeted her outside the Deauville Hotel with hand-lettered signs because the management would not allow banners and so crowded her car that it took some time for the agents to clear her path. An impromptu rally ensued. Kenneth Gibson, mayor of Newark, and the chair of the platform drafting committee, was there to greet her and gave a short welcoming speech on the stairs of the mezzanine, after which Chisholm spoke. It was very exciting for Chisholm to finally have arrived, but she knew she was in for an uphill battle. Challenges came from multiple fronts: the media, the other candidates, and party leaders. Quote, "Oh boy, the media was just waiting for Shirley Chisholm to come in," close quote, she recalled. The McGovern camp itself was on the 17th floor of the Doral Hotel and the 15th floor of the same hotel where the most powerful leaders in Black America were assembled. The young Reverend Jesse Jackson was there and gave an interview to the New York Times and made it clear his allegiances had switched to McGovern. Jackson was now saying Chisholm had irritated Black leaders by declaring her candidacy without waiting for their approval. He rehashed the original grievance, Several meetings of men politicians had floated candidates to unite behind, including Carl Stokes and John Conyers. Jackson had told the Times, but Chisholm had blocked these possibilities when she declared her decision to run. He seemed to blame her for the black leadership's major error and not uniting behind a black candidate early in the process, even though he had been a supporter earlier. Other erstwhile supporters were wavering. Ron Dellums was under considerable pressure from California Democrats to throw in with McGovern. Chisholm remembered later referring to Dellums that this made the convention hell because the persons who were supposed to nominate me backed out at the last moment because of some of the other candidates got to them. She said that Percy Sutton came to my rescue to make the nominating speech. Thad Garrett was expressing pessimism privately. First, he was worried that Chisholm's nomination at the convention would not occur. Then he thought that Chisholm would make somebody mad at the convention. Then he feared that Dellum would switch sides once he arrived. Chisholm called Carolyn Smith, due to give birth to her first daughter, intermi- imminently, and therefore still in Washington every day. So did Garrett Smith, Counsel Garrett, who complained that he couldn't control her, just tell Chisholm his opinion, and then she would make up her own mind based on his information. The morning after arrival in Miami, Chisholm appeared on the Meet the Press with McGovern and Humphrey. Moderator Lawrence Spivak opened the interview asking about the California delegation. Why, if Chisholm and many of her supporters were ideologically allied with McGovern, did she support changing the rules of the California delegation? She said, quote, I have always believed, she replied, that if you're going to talk about the representative government, that the vote of every man and woman must count. It doesn't make sense to me to have someone just securing approximately 45% of the vote in a particular state and then come home with all the delegates. What happens to the other 59 or 60%? That's not democracy. The interviewers pressed harder, arguing that she favored the anti McGovern position. Chisholm responded with her typical directness. I do not put it in that light at all, she said crisply. The matter rested on principle, she declared, the very same principle on which the McGovern Commission had rested its reforms. Her stand had not changed since the start of the campaign and would not change no matter the candidate in question. McGovern's stance, alternatively, had changed as soon as it was his own nomination in question, although the commission had favored the proportional representation in the state primaries. He was, in Chisholm's word, like all the rest of them, it's politics as usual, maybe just under the name of reform. Interviewers also wanted Chisholm's prediction about the general election. What did she think the drag down effect would be if McGovern, polling badly against Nixon, won the nomination? Would other Democratic seats be lost in races further down the ballot? And what would the black vote do in the general election? About the general election, she would only say that some of her House colleagues were indeed concerned about their chances in November. On the black vote, she corrected her interrogators. I have no idea how the black vote will go, she said, because the black vote is not a monolithic vote. I think we're finding that out more and more. There is no one black leader in the country today that can control the black vote. There is no group of black politicians that can control the black vote. In other words, assuming that all black people and politicians will feel the same way and behave as an electoral bloc was missing the entire landscape of black political thought with its tremendous diversity on ideology and tactics. As to the nomination itself, Chisholm was clear that she would support any Democratic Party nominee except George Wallace. She repeated the best hope of a party was a Teddy Kennedy or Wilbur Mills ticket that would unite the various factions of the party. Kennedy was still very popular, and Mills was as a moderate Southerner might be able to circumvent Nixon's Southern strategy, but acknowledging that it was very likely that McGovern would win the nomination eventually and did not need black support to do so. She reminded McGovern that he would need black votes in November. The stakes were high for the ongoing disputes over convention delegates that were still pending. Chisholm argued that black delegates could play a consequential role only if the proportional California delegation was seated. What would be the use, she asked rhetorically, of going through the motions and agreeing on a program and trying to get unified support for it when something to close to half the black delegates were already delivered to McGovern? Her first mission was to do everything she could to sway black delegates into remaining uncommitted, or at least uncommitted to McGovern. If there was a chance that there was no clear winner, then Chisholm could bargain with her delegates to ask for some promises from McGovern. 6 or 7 of us, she said, on the day of the nomination ballot, would go to see him to discuss with him what we feel and know things are that must be done to salvage whatever we can do of the platform planks that were not supported and to bring a solid black vote in November. Outside of Chisholm's campaign, other black leaders assumed that she just wanted to be at the head of the power brokers out of self interest and did not trust her to negotiate on their behalf. Whether because of sexism, their frustration that she could had not consulted them, or irritation that their own plans were not working out, they seemed incapable of imagining that Chisholm had a principled strategy. Julian Bond was peevish. Quote, the central issue is who will broker for black voters, close quotes, he said. He and others had negotiated promises from the McGovern, and now it's clear he will win. A lot of people want to get in on it. Why should I let you come in late and take over? Amori Baraka lumped her in power among the broker wannabes, even though his strategy of remaining uncommitted and then negotiating with the candidates was not far off from Chisholm. Walter Fauntroy accused Chisholm of being the center of the Stop McGovern movement. Chisholm's main opportunity to make her case was the Black Caucus meeting later on Sunday, where all the candidates would speak. The Black Caucus was made up of black delegates and alternates, a total of about 645, and presided over by Charlie Diggs. Chisholm saw the Black Caucus speech as her last chance to change the script about supporting McGovern. Aware that a year of political planning and meetings had not yet unified black voters and political activists, she decided to try once more to make her best argument for black political agency. She reasoned that the conventions had a superheated emotional atmosphere, that she might be able to impress on delegates the historic opportunity they had to make the demands of the DNC leadership. She slept little the night before, restless with anticipation. Walking into the caucus meeting, she was buoyed by a wave of applause. The way the room erupted into shouts and cheers gave me a thrill of hope, she recalled. She began to speak in a voice made husky by air conditioning. The following speech rocked the House. And in openly emotional plea, she accused black political leaders of having sacrificed their integrity for false promises from other candidates. In particular, they had accepted promises of $50,000 to $75,000 for voter registration funds in exchange for supporting McGovern. Quote, don't sell your vote. Our people are watching us, close quote. She urged the delegates present and reminded them that they had paid their own way to the convention and owed nothing to anyone. The audience repeatedly interrupted her with stomping and cheering, especially the younger and more militant delegates. In contrast, the Congressional Black Caucus members present sat stone faced, refusing to applaud. Chair Diggs even got up and left the platform while she was speaking. After less well received speeches from McGovern and Humphrey, Charles Evers, mayor of Fayette, Mississippi, and an uncommitted delegate spoke. all candidates should release their black delegates to vote for Chisholm, he argued. Then Chisholm could negotiate with frontrunner whether McGovern or Humphrey. His words and Chisholm's pleas had some effect. The Black Caucus held a vote to ask all the presidential candidates beside McGovern to release their delegates to Chisholm for the first vote. However, Chisholm won that limited support from some in the Black Caucus. She lost a key supporter. Ron Dellums, who had originally planned to make Chisholm's nomination speech several nights later, was on my back and just strategizing from my hotel room in the Doral, seriously ill with bronchitis. He would watch the nomination on television from his bed. On the night of the Black Caucus meeting, he reluctantly decided to back McGovern. He explained his decision as a pragmatic one. If there's any kind of way that we thought that we could have been Shirley, then that would have been fantastic. We wouldn't even been here discussing it. It would have been the greatest moment in the history of the world, but that wasn't about to be. Nobody was that naive. In his recollection, because the platform was very progressive and McGovern was clearly progressive, endorsement made sense. Despite his illness and public support for Chisholm up to that point, his lack of appearances at the strategy meetings and absence at the podium on her behalf seemed a betrayal to Chisholm's candidacy. To make matters worse, the Los Angeles Times reported on Monday morning that Dellums has dropped his support for Chisholm because he was quoted saying she was allied with the anti-McGovern coalition of expediency and power, deathly afraid of the new forces moving to assume leadership and expose the hypocrisy in this country. While Dellums might well have been referring to the frontrunner Humphrey and not Chisholm in his expediency and power comment, the way his comments was reported made it seem as if he was repudiating her too. Chisholm Stung also seemed unaware that he was indisposed and blamed his withdrawals on pressure from others. Chisholm's and Dellum's relationship survived the convention intact, although some of Chisholm's supporters, perhaps unaware of Dellum's illness, were angry that he had not made the nomination speech. Wilson Riles of the California campaign was especially disappointed. I don't think that there was at any time anyone else in the country but Ron Dellums who could have put it as well as succinctly and as memorably about what the importance of Shirley's campaign was and what the importance of those issues were. The next opportunity for Chisholm to support delegates was at the Women's Caucus meeting at the Caramon Hotel the day after the Black Caucus meeting. It was the first anniversary of the founding of the National Women's Political Caucus. Perhaps no other occasion better indicates the difficulty with maintaining a united feminist front. The NWPC had expended much effort in the run up to the convention, including a nationwide educational meeting on delegate selection. Compared to the 1968 convention, where women were 13% of the delegates, 40% were women in 1972. Out of the over 1,100 women delegates at the convention, perhaps 300 were NWPC supporters. Among them, there was some disunity. Gloria Steinem and Bella Upzug, who served as the convention floor leader, were at odds with the co-founder Betty Friedan over whether to go to push for Chisholm as the vice presidential nominee. Quote, I'm so disgusted with Gloria, Friedan reportedly said, with a litany of accusations that Steinem was racist and opportunistic. Chisholm herself was not interested in the vice presidential position. Friedan, however, would not give up, encountering the National Council of Negro Women representative Jane Galvin Lewis in the lobby of the Deauville. Friedan angrily accused Lewis of playing both ends. Lewis was a Chisholm ally, but she suggested that Steinem as a vice presidential nominee at the NWPC meeting because the group was generating a list of names. What kind of black are you anyway? Friedan shouted at Lewis, implying racial disunity. About 300 women delegates at the convention attended the July 10th meeting. Each candidate was invited to speak. The most anticipated speeches were from Chisholm and McGovern. As she had been at the Black Caucus, Chisholm was greeted with the warmest applause of the day. People stood on chairs and shouted for her for about 10 minutes. Moderator Liz Carpenter said, "This shows you where you stand in our hearts," implying that even though the delegates might not vote for Chisholm, she was their favorite. Chisholm pushed back, saying, "You know deep in your hearts that you put me beside any candidate. I have a deeper commitment to those issues that are important to us than any of them. You have to make the decision whether your commitment to women is going to go down the line for a woman candidate, whether women go for the male candidate like they always do." The loud cheering was despite the fact that fewer than 24 were actually voting for her. One Michigan woman explained, "That's why I'm clapping so hard." I, listen to this white racist feminist. "I'm clapping out the guilt. This is politics, and she's not going to win." McGovern's performance was not nearly so well received, but you know who they voted for. White feminists bemoaned the conundrum of the convention after the fact. One writer explained that she could not adore Chisholm, as did Bella Upzug, because of Chisholm's lisp, wigs, and an exhortative speaking style. She even alluded to a very real possibility that she might be unhinged. But this writer, Vivian Leon, of Off Our Backs, grudgingly acknowledged that Chisholm's relative legislative effectiveness, when compared to Abzug, the fact that merely running as a serious candidate was a huge step. Leon acknowledged that it was easier for women at the Democratic National Convention to see McGovern as a realistic candidate because of his maleness. After reading this assessment, Gloria Steinem wrote in relieved, saying that Leon had put the words exactly what Steinem was thinking. "I didn't think she was crazy to run. I thought she was crotchety," said Susan Brown Miller years later. "I think her strengths as a politician were more symbolic than real," she mused, and recalled that Chisholm was not the real Pally or a good dinner companion with the other NWPC members. She was unaware of Chisholm's performance record in Congress. Such calculations would mean that women delegates, including NWPC members, would decline to vote for Chisholm on the floor. So much for intersectionality. So much for Chisholm fighting for feminism and baby killing and gay. It wasn't enough to get any help, even symbolic. The first order of business on the convention floor was settling which delegates were entitled to be seated, and the challenge to California's winner take all method of delegate selection had the most effect on the candidate's fortune, even more so than the nominating balloting would. McGovern, as the top candidate from the primary, was in the ironic position of arguing against his own reform so he could win back all 271 delegates from the state and sew up the nomination. Humphrey, for his part, wanted proportional representation so he could keep his significant number of California delegates and stay in the race for the nomination. Chisholm's 12 California delegates knew that they could help tip the count towards Humphrey or McGovern, provided they were recognized. But they were running into trouble. Suspicions were running high that the McGovern camp that Chisholm was a spoiler on behalf of Humphrey. The Chisholm delegates needed a microphone time to make their case. But Willie Brown, Kamala's lover, folks, co-chair of the California delegation, would not yield any. The first night, the proportional California delegation had been seated with some difficulty because Willie Brown had engineered the credential badges to be withheld. Eventually, Rouse had to basically threaten someone to get the badges and got the California Chisholm delegates on the floor with minutes to spare. But they would only be able to stay for a short time. Brown, a former activist turned assemblyman, took the podium to deliver the damning comments about the proportional delegation. He claimed that the winner take all delegation was the most diverse in the country and that the convention therefore ought to vote unanimously in order to preserve all their voices. He singled out the 12 Chisholm delegates for breaking with the majority of the delegation to support a previous challenge from South Carolina. Alluding to his background in the Black freedom struggle, he argued that allowing the delegation to vote their individual consciences would violate the civil rights more than requiring them to cast a unanimous ballot would. In a spirited crescendo, he cried, "Give me back my delegation," dramatically waving his fist. The opponents to the challenge had a tough act to follow, but they tried to counter this spirited defense, arguing that the winner take all system violated the McGovern reforms. But the tide had turned. On a roll call vote that was completed just after 2 in the morning, the winner take all system won 1618.28 to 1238.22. The California Barbara Lee was suspicious and angry. I was very mad. I mean, very angry at the people who did that, especially my dear friend, Mayor Willie Brown. I was so furious. Chisholm's California delegates did stay and participate in the Black Caucus and platform meetings and consoled themselves that they had forced McGovern to take their issues into account. With the nomination for McGovern all but sealed, Chisholm's coalition and the NWPC had less leverage. So did the other candidates. Humphrey and Muskie folded on Tuesday morning. Chisholm's campaign fought on for a sliver of influence. Aware that his effort was in vain without his California delegates, Humphrey announced that he would release his 97 black delegates to vote for Chisholm on the first ballot, the result of extensive lobbying efforts by Thaddeus Garrett and others. Evers made a pitch to the Black Caucus that now that Humphrey had released his black delegates, those delegates should show their racial solidarity and pride by voting for Chisholm. But he was working uphill. The pro-government black delegates, Chair Richard Hatcher, Louis Stokes, Jesse Jackson, Bill Clay, Walter Fauntroy, Julian Bond, Alderwoman Anna Langford of Chicago, all accused Humphrey of using Chisholm in a final desperate effort to block McGovern. His release of black delegates was a stunt, they thought, to pressure McGovern delegates into voting for Chisholm too. The possibility that Chisholm, though aligned with Humphrey on the California challenge, had her own aims and strategy, separate from any other candidate, was never entertained. Chisholm, for her part, could not afford to turn away a badly needed windfall of almost 100 delegates. Discussion at the Black Caucus meeting was sharp, shouting, swearing debates. Julian Bond said Chisholm had sold out to Humphrey. Fauntroy, confronted by the threat of a revolt of his own Washington, D.C. delegates who had been moved by Chisholm's speech, told them that Humphrey's move was an effort to defeat McGovern on the first ballot. Humphrey should have given all of his votes to Chisholm, Fauntroy argued. McGovern made no move to release his black delegates, and they remained steadfast. When Garrett tried to convince McGovern delegates in the room to support Chisholm as a vehicle for making demands, he was met by jeers. At the same time, Fauntroy had a tough time of it when he spoke on McGovern's behalf. At the end of those meetings, those who hadn't left in frustration agreed to support Chisholm on the first ballot. Though Chisholm delegates were now no longer in play as bargaining chips for a nominee, they still had votes to cast for on the party platform. The July 11th session set a record for the longest Democratic National Convention session had ever gone. At nearly 12 hours, it began with a few preliminaries, including the uncontested election of Yvonne Braithwaite Burke as vice chair. Then the platform debate started. Chisholm's delegates got a memorandum about her stances on each platform challenge. She was opposed to minority reports that advocated for the prompting of George Wallace's conservative new platform on capital punishment, allowing states to execute convicted felons. A group of opponents, including Massachusetts Chisholm delegate Jim Pitts, refused each of the proposal planks. The Wallace Minority Report lost on a voice vote. Chisholm was in support of Minority Report number 5, the National Welfare Rights Organization $6,500 minimum income plank. All week, the National Welfare Rights Organization demonstrated and lobbied for a $6,500 a year minimum income to be written into the Democratic platform. After a roll call vote, the plank lost by a 2-to-1 margin. However, Minority Report number 7 concerned a reproductive freedom addition to the plank on women's rights. A sentence would be added later, read, and all matters relating to human reproduction, each person's right to privacy, freedom of choice, and individual conscience should be fully respected, consistent with the Supreme Court decisions. The plank failed on a roll call vote, 1101.37 to 1571.8. Finally, Minority Report 8 concerned sexual orientation. It called for a plan that would affirm the right of all persons to express their own sensibility, emotionality, and lifestyle, freedom from police harassment and employment discrimination, and the repeal of all laws governing sexual acts between consenting persons. Chisholm supported this plank too, but the majority of those present did not, and it lost on a voice vote. Despite the losses for the National Welfare Rights Organization, gay and lesbian rights, and reproductive freedom proponents, the platform was the most liberal for a major party to date. The nomination process itself was next. July 12th was an ordinary hot and humid summer day in Miami, but it would become an extraordinary date. That night, Chisholm would be the first Black person to have her name entered into nomination at a major party convention and the first woman to be nominated at the Democratic National Convention. She was still angling to bring some pressure on McGovern on behalf of Black, brown, poor, and women voters. An unending stream of delegates had been coming into the Duville Hotel suite, recruited by Garrett and Sherry Friedman, a Chisholm campaign worker. For Chisholm had to lobby for a vote on the first ballot. After 2 days of this, Chisholm was feeling optimistic, even telling a reporter that she thought she had 300 delegates. She had picked up some from Garrett's home state of Ohio, Mississippi, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, and even Florida, even though delegates from the Sunshine State were pledged to Wallace and at risk arrest because they were under Florida jurisdiction. Friedman also convened a secret meeting with Florida delegates to outline the plan that if there was such a nomination ballot, up to 70 of them might vote for Chisholm. Another cluster of Black caucus members present revolted against pressure by Fauntroy to switch to McGovern and chose instead to endorse Chisholm. That night, the convention heard nomination speeches. Each candidate would be nominated by one delegate and then seconded by 2 additional delegates. The campaign was still reeling from Dellum's backing out of the nomination speech, but Percy Sutton stepped up. He addressed the convention. Madam Chairlady, Mr. Chairman, if my mouth dries up on me, if my tongue becomes large in my mouth, if my voice becomes quavery, he said, it is because the moment was of such a historic one. He recalled years of shame for America during Jim Crow, with the humiliations of segregation and the terror of racist violence. Now he announced Chisholm's presence, action, and conduct signified change. She had coalesced the forces of dissatisfied women, struggling minorities, the poor, and the young, and had assaulted unfairness and injustice. His nomination was greeted with applause and cheering. Barbara Amran, the Minnesota Democratic leader, seconded Sutton. Chisholm speaks for the rehumanization of this nation, she announced. She was a catalyst for change so that the lights would turn on again for those written off by others: blacks, Latins, Asians, Chicanos, Indians, youth. Charles Evers, the brother of Medgar Evers, and then the mayor of Fayette, Mississippi, also seconded the nomination. Chisholm would stay true to her word and to the people she represented, he said. We would like to ask all of you here who have claimed so long you want to see black folks and white folks and poor folks represented, he exhorted. I would like to beg you, let us go out and vote on the first ballot for Shirley Chisholm. And let the country know that all of us poor folks, all of us black folks, all of us folks who've been left out so long are not going to let anyone put us in the hip pocket on the first ballot. Then came the long process of balloting. This was a fraught experience with many delegations, some of whom wanted to signal support for a particular candidate while eventually casting votes for a now presumptive nominee, McGovern. On As the first roll call wrapped up, McGovern had won 1,728.35 votes. Jackson had won 525. Wallace had won 371.7, and Chisholm had won 151.95. And former North Carolina Governor Terry Sanford had won 77.5. There would be no second ballot. Chisholm's greatest number came from Ohio, the 23 votes for which Garrett had lobbied. She had support in southern states: Louisiana 18.5, Mississippi and Georgia had 12, Tennessee had 10, Virginia had 5.5. In addition to Ohio, there were other Rust Belt delegates too: 9.5 from Pennsylvania, 6 from Minnesota, 5 from Wisconsin, and 4.5 from Illinois. Colorado had 7, and her home state of New York had 6. But then states were permitted to change their votes, and 14 of them reduced their votes for Chisholm. Delegations began requesting changes to their tallies, enough to strip Chisholm of 50 votes and give McGovern another 136. Jackson and Wallace lost votes too, but none would lose as many as McGovern and Chisholm did. As news came in, he had peaked at just under 152 delegates. Chisholm decided to release them. From her Deauville suite, she telephoned Thad Garrett on the convention floor and to tell him Chisholm delegates to vote their conscience. Victor Robles, serving as a delegate from New York, refused. It was his first and only national convention. He was disgusted by the political wheeling and dealing that he saw there, and protests he and 3 others of the New York Chisholm delegates, including Annie Bowen and Mary Pinkett, held up the roll call. Bronx Congressman Herman Badillo and Garrett tried to persuade them not to. Finally, Robles was called to the front to take a phone call, and it was Chisholm herself. Releasing him and the other delegates as her delegates, they finally relented. As officials were counting the change votes, Chisholm made her way down to the floor to concede in a short speech. For 7 long months, and maybe more than 7 months, a large number of us have been going up and down the paths of this country, trying to take a certain kind of message to the American people. And you know, in the Democratic Party, we have always had our fights and our struggles and our battles. But we now know that the most important thing that lies ahead for us is to be able to unseat the incumbent in November. Therefore, in unity, there is strength. I also want to make it quite clear that it was the delegates here that made history tonight. The delegates made history tonight. So, in closing, God be with all of you, and I pledge myself to crisscrossing the country once again in terms of voter registration campaigns, to swallow those rolls to unseat the incumbent, Richard Milhouse Nixon, in November. She was met with a wave of applause that belied the fact that she had not won the nomination. Chisholm recalled that the delegates went crazy, cheering for her. Even George Wallace's delegation applauded her. By the end of the challenge in balloting, by the close to 1 a.m., McGovern had 1,864.95 votes, Jackson 485.65 votes, Wallace 377.5, and Chisholm 101.45, Sanford 69.5. She was the first woman to be nominated and to carry delegate votes in the Democratic Party. She was the first black woman to do the same in any national political party. Excuse me. Mm. In the final analysis, Chisholm thought that there was a mere fact that she ran, not expecting to win, but to make a good faith effort to do so, was a powerful message. She thought the next time a woman of whatever color or a dark skinned person of whatever sex aspires to be president, the way would be a little smoother because she helped pave it. Chisholm tried to boost her supporters' spirits at the end of the campaign. Let's just say this has been a wonderful trip we have taken together, she told them, acknowledging that she had learned along the way. She wrote in her memoirs of the campaign she marveled on how much we accomplished with next to no money, with a haphazard volunteer organization, with no planning worthy of name. How far could we have gone, she mused, if we had done it right? Many of her delegates went home energized to participate in local and state and even national politics and far less complacent about the assurances of self appointed black leaders. Nonetheless, they were also disappointed by the fighting and the rancor they had witnessed. Hopes for unity within the Chisholm coalition were dashed. Many in the women's movement felt betrayed by the convention's focus on nominating McGovern himself rather than a commitment to egalitarian ideas. Chisholm alternatively saw victory in the fact that the unprecedented number of women delegates had been able to force the convention to debate Vietnam, abortion rights, and poverty. She was not surprised that the abortion plank was voted down, for instance. She was glad that women had fully participated in the process. For Chisholm, the greatest disappointment was that the critical mass of black delegates did not cohere or agree on a strategy and thus become a political force. As for McGovern's nomination and then loss in the general election, she thought both were inevitable. A more unified black bloc would have nominated McGovern anyway, and his campaign was no match for Nixon. She still thought a year after the race that the only winning Democratic ticket would have been with Kennedy and Wilbur Mills. There were bright spots in the 1972 election. However, more robust voter registration effort and more Democratic campaign funding. Shortly after the campaign, few in the media bothered to realize and analyze it. A notable exception was Gloria Steinem. Steinem theorized that the Chisholm might well have pushed the front runners to the left. The Chisholm candidacy did not forge a solid coalition of those people working for social change, she admitted. That will take a long time, but it began one. If you listen to the personal testimony from very diverse sources, it seems that the Chisholm candidacy was not in vain. Chisholm's greatest impact, Steinem thought, was on individuals. She published a set of comments from 16 observers and participants in the 1972 race in Miss. One interviewee, a household worker, described her friends' transition from thinking of the Chisholm campaign as a joke to being angry that she didn't let a black man run, to proud admiration. Flo Kennedy pointed out the campaign had freaked out those that thought they were revolutionaries but discovered they couldn't dig her wig. The editor of Newsweek decreed that the peak moment of the convention had been her speech in the Black Caucus meeting. Fannie Lou Hamer described her pride in casting a vote for Chisholm on the first ballot because Chisholm talked about the real issues in this country that the male candidates had not talked about and refused to bow to political pressure. R. Lee Scott recalled the political education non white and women Californians got, and the remarkable moment of coalition when she found herself at a lunch meeting with both Bobby Seale of the Black Panther Party and Eileen Hernandez of the National Organization for Women. Tom Wicker of the New York Times expressed amazement that men had not wanted her to run, but she had done it anyway. And the 10-year-old daughter of Harry and Julie Belafonte declared her intention to run for the presidency. Others analyzed the lack of the formation of a black bloc, as Chisholm had warned at the beginning of the week and indeed throughout the campaign. By the week's end, Andy Muse, the director of the DNC Minority Division, was saying the same thing. The watchword for the delegation of black people's independence, in a sense, they didn't owe anybody anything. Billy Roll of the Amsterdam News was disappointed. I think it was wrong for black leaders throughout the country to fail to throw their support behind the presidential candidacy of Congress Lady Shirley Chisholm, he wrote. It seems to me that their backing right up through the last ballot of the Democratic convention would have really given black Americans bargaining points. But the events of the convention showed that black unity was unrealistic, given the heterogeneity of black politics. Let me just stop here and say the real problem was a whose dick is bigger contest between black men. Black men are bitches. Black men should be able to come together. Every other group of men, even sodomites, come together. The only men that can't band together are black men whose masculinity is based on Big Mama. It's based on the difficult women. Black men need to model manhood on cooperation. Every other group of men do that. Um, Of course, the Boule is involved. Jesse Jackson, all these people are caught up in the unions. They're caught up in their allegiance to white power, and it is not black power. So these are black faces, but their basis of support is within white institutions and white support. We have yet to create things that bring us together. As I mentioned, we don't even want to come together as family. We don't even form families anymore. If you can't form a family, if you can't be a people, why would we expect, as a busted up group that's hated, that we can become a political force without doing our homework? It's a damn shame. Let me see. Hold on. Let me keep going. Ron Dellums continued to admire his colleague. He had some thought about the criticisms of Chisholm at the convention were untrue and calculated, and that just made Shirley more endearing to me, he said. It just made me want to hug her even more. Well, he can hug her. He had not meant his endorsement of McGovern to say anything negative about Chisholm, and he believed that she did not interpret it as such, which might well have been the case, but her campaign workers never did forgive him for it. As for the result of the general election, Devlin thought that the party was not ready for a more progressive agenda. Maybe that's why Shirley and I are simpatico, he mused, because we had the audacity to be on the edge and take risks, even inside the party's structure. Barbara Lee, a California Chisholm delegate, was transformed by participating in the campaign. It was such a good feeling to be able to become involved in politics and know that we were making a difference, she said. It was the first time to a convention especially meaningful to be able to be a delegate. She was convinced that had the campaign been better funded, it would have gone much further. By any account, Lee thought that the campaign really opened up the whole nother world to us, and it is a world we cannot turn our back on. Shirley showed that us, even with attacks, even with hassles, and even though she had many difficult days, she stayed the course, and I believe, especially for African Americans and women and people of color, if you stay the course, if you stand on principle, if you stick with what you believe in, if you do the right thing, you're a winner. And other people will see that, and you know you will influence the course of the world. And the final order of business for the convention was to nominate a vice president and present McGovern's acceptance speech. Chisholm's substantial role was over, but black leaders and feminists still angled for leverage. Both would be disappointed. Chisholm had told the NWPC she would not accept a nomination for vice president, thus putting an end to any talk about picking her. Five black leaders, not including Chisholm, were summoned to the McGovern headquarters where the candidate informed them of his top five picks. Under the impression that McGovern wanted their opinions, the five returned downstairs to discuss the merits of each. As they were deliberating, television showed an impromptu press conference in the hotel's lobby. The campaign announced that Missouri Senator Thomas Eagleton, who had not been on the list McGovern shared with them 30 minutes before, was the candidate. Bill Clay realized, he wrote later, that McGovern had no intention of involving blacks in the nuts and bolts decisions for Victoria's campaign. This was a lesson that Chisholm and her supporters had already learned. So these dumbass men, coon ass Negroes on the plantation, found out these people have no honor. Duh, right? The McGovern presidential bid did not work out so well as many stalwarts had predicted. Shortly after convention, the vice presidential nominee Eagleton disclosed that he had previously been hospitalized for mental illness and withdrew from the race. Sergeant Shriver, Johnson's war and poverty captain and now ambassador to France, was named in his place during the extra session of the DNC. But the troubles extended to the ideological. As journalist Jules Woodcover recalled, Republicans effectively stamped McGovern as an irresponsible wild liberal. The demonization of McGovern and the liberals were major contributors to his lopsided defeat. The free-wheeling delegate fight on the floor of the convention, which took so much time that McGovern's acceptance speech was in the wee hours of the morning, contributed to the impression. Primetime television viewers saw a seemingly chaotic delegate fight and slept through the nominee's acceptance speech. Activists on the left felt abandoned by McGovern as he moved to the center in order to contest in the general election. The NWPC activists were still furious about their treatment. Chisholm's ally, the young Reverend Al Sharpton, complained that McGovern had included very few youths in his campaign team. The candidate did not seem to appreciate or wish to use Chisholm's willingness to campaign on his behalf. After weeks of ignoring her, McGovern did call her in early September to alert her that his wife would be visiting her district, which Chisholm already knew. She grew irritated that McGovern had squandered her experiences campaigning on the grassroots level, and also that a group of black leaders had formed after the convention decided not to include her either. She announced later that month that she would decline to do any active campaigning on his behalf. Still, she said, I guess I will have to vote for McGovern. Eventually, McGovern asked for substantial help in turning out black voters. He personally called to ask Chisholm to participate in the Bedford Stuyvesant rally and to speak with him at Cheney State College, a historically black institution outside of Philadelphia. Chisholm politely agreed to do so and also supported McGovern in printed material. She called McGovern a fine and decent man with real sympathy for issues women are concerned with, in Glamour magazine's October issue. She sent out a 12-page pre-election newsletter supporting McGovern's Shriver ticket and her own re-election. The Chisholm's campaign to retain her congressional seat was more a coronation than a battle. Early in 1972, a Republican-controlled New York State legislature had redistricted the city. It had taken pains to maintain safe seats for Chisholm, Rangel, and Badillo, as to avoid gerrymandering lawsuits in defense of these high-profile representatives. However, Republicans had divided black and brown neighborhoods around these safe districts, diluting voting power. Assemblyman Sam Wright accused her of complicity in the arrangement. Despite labeling Chisholm something of a disappointment in her second term due to her absences while conducting an abrasive presidential campaign, the New York Times endorsed her. Chisholm won her district in a landslide with nearly 88% of the vote to her Republican opponent's 10%. Her mentee, Vanderbeide, also won Senate state rematch in the primary against Chisholm's detractor that went on to win in the general election. Beatty's victory signaled that Chisholm was still in her prime in black Brooklyn. Chisholm had won her third term. though she was not unscathed in the 1972 election. The lack of support nationally for her attempt at coalition was a great disappointment. She returned to Congress for 10 more years of service. Ron Dellums did not get the feeling that Shirley lost fire and lost heart because she continued to be the same woman getting up well of the House and fighting back. She would fight for the Black feminist power priorities for the rest of her congressional career. I'm stopping there for this book. Perhaps I'll read another chapter. Um, Questions, concerns, and should I do a little bit more, or should we take a break here? Because for the time being, that's my plug. I don't think I need to do any more of Chisholm. I wanted to deal with the feminism and the tetherism and all of this. Are we good? So I want to call it a night. What time is it? Oh, it's 5:14. Now, I'm going to take a nap. I might be in the mood to do another reading later today. Maybe about 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'll come back on. I want to start talking about eugenics. I want to talk more about feminism. I'm going to see if I can, and the readings won't be as long. Your thoughts? Are you understanding why I want to talk about Shirley Chisholm? Good morning, Brother Dome. Now, I've done all this reading. I just want to put in a plug. Please support the Angry Black Men's Book Club channel on YouTube. I need you to share this. I need you to like it. I need you to put this everywhere. The Angry Black Men's Book Club. It's on YouTube. In addition, we have an Angry Black Men's Book Club webpage, www.angryblackmensbookclub. I'm going to reach out to my web designer who survived a tractor trailer truck hitting his Jeep and knocking it like 20, 30 feet in the air. He survived it. So it hasn't been updated because you know what? I care more about people than business. I think now I'm going to pay some attention and ask him, can we load up all the videos from the various channels? So if you want to see my content, you can go to my website. I also want to bring your attention to those who believe in political power, participation, and Black unity, that I am president of the Black American Constitutional Political Action Committee. And my website is, and I'll put it up on the banner so you can see this. Banner. I want to do another one. I'm going to put up the name of this pack that we have. It's a Black American Constitutional Political Action Committee. And we go under the name Backpack. And our website is www. I'm going to put it up there so you can see it. We are in the process of doing things. It's coming. It's coming. And I think that's us. Now I want to put that there. Show. So it's the Black American Constitutional Political Action Committee. It's Backpack. www.bacpac.info. We want you to check out, and you're going to see a lot more. There's some things we need to work out this month, and one of the things we'll be attacking is political corruption and corporate corruption. A lot of folks are going to be very angry at me, but I'm used to it, and I guess I've gotten used to not caring. It's time for us to elbow and take some space, right? And I then want to remind you, so that's one thing. So I want you to know about this. Again, this is the Angry Black Man's Book Club thing, and no, that's one.
For all you religious people, I want to let you know we have a spiritual component, which is called Salt Ministry. That's a donation link there because, yeah, I do believe in God and we do Bible study and stuff, but that's another thing. If you want to contribute, because we need books, uh, I'm looking forward to backpack and other things where I have a budget because I have about I need to buy about $4,000 worth of books, and I can't wait. I'm gonna have an office, and I have all my books and stuff there because the books are just stacked up. But I appreciate your support. I have a Patreon, which is Dr. Randy Short. I've got about 23 Patreon supporters. It's not gonna kill people to give me $1 or $2 a month. No, it's not. No, it's not. I would love to have a few hundred Patreon supporters at like 3, 4, $5 a month. That will allow me to do a whole lot more stuff, particularly the podcast. You're going to see with more guests. I will be working with the brother that fights human trafficking in Missouri. I need to sit down and talk with him. And if Sister Aja, I would love to have you be interviewed. We need to talk about Republicans. Could you do that? I want to talk about sellout Republicans. I'm sick of their asses too. It's not just Democrats. I'm mad at all coons. I don't like any of them. I don't do this shit because I like it. I do this shit because I'm mad. I hate doing this and I resent them for making me so angry. And I have to tell other people about it because I guess people don't see it. If you like the information that's coming out, you can always do whatever you want to do. People that send $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. But remember, like Shirley Chisholm, um, as long as we don't fund or support people that we see doing what needs to happen, we damn ourselves. I know other people that are doing stuff. They're whatever. We're enlightening people. Invest in it. Invest in what I'm doing. And my cash app, of course, is $ Dr. Randy Short, Dr. Randy Short, and that's the same as a PayPal. I'm sorry, it's the same as my Zelle. No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's the same as my Patreon. So Dr. Randy Short, Dr. Randy Short, is Cash App and PayPal. No, why am I saying that? Cash App and Patreon. And my Zelle and PayPal are my email address by which you can contact me. And I need to get back on top of my business, which I can begin to send PDFs. I've got to talk to my guy, Brother Bert. So in the future, I can start sending PDFs. I want people to have this. I have to talk to my web designer. That way I can just put PDFs and you can get it versus having to buy the book like I do. Um, so I'd love your support. I want you to share this. And I'm going to come back in a few hours. I have a couple of things I just need to put out there. And if I don't do it, I don't know if anyone else will. And so thank everybody for participating. I can't believe I actually did this one on time. And I mean that, Aja, you really need to reach out to me so we can do some talks. We got to like put our information out there, do what we can do. So my old broke down, challenged, disabled ass, if I can at least impart knowledge to someone else, and I'll do that even if it's in my own damn basement. I also want to do a shout out to my cat Selfish for not disturbing me, for keeping their ass asleep and not asking for food or jumping up and putting their tail in my face, and not disrupting with cat noise. It's unnecessary. So I thank you, cat. I hope you're chasing rodents or something. Um, so I thank you. May God bless and keep you and make his face shine upon you and give you peace. And the great words of Dr. Randy Short, we need MFM, MFM. And yes, feminism must be abolished. Each of us as individuals have a responsibility to become a feminism abolitionist. Salute to all the great Wazi warrior sisters out there, the warrior brothers, Wabros. I thank you
Stand up, do what you can where you can, as often as you can, as consistently as you can. It will make a difference. We will reconvene in a few hours. I'll send out a notification. Whew. And that's it for right now. So, aren't y'all tired of this? I could do one more chapter of Chisholm, but I want to do something else. I think I got, this shit was so long, but I had to cover all of it. And this woman worshipped Shirley Chisholm. This could have been a shorter book. So I'm going to get some shorter readings that deal with stuff. And I think I've got to deal with eugenics and feminism and LGBTQ and some other stuff. Oh yes, it's coming. So anyway, it's time for me to stop. It's almost 5:30. I will resume. You guys stay white. I'll see you. Good night, all. Good night, everybody. Hey, Brother Orman. Peace to everybody. I'm about to sign out. Okay, so good night, or actually, good morning. Be prepared. I'm going to start putting more stuff out. And I see Brother Orman Griffin. Hey, Brother Orman. Um, we need to set up our interview so I can do my international broadcast. Uh, I have the honor of the man from Diaspora Global over in metropolitan London, England, watching. Um, I know I'm nobody to Black Americans, but I have an international following in about 35 countries. And I don't even like chase after. It's just you never know where people are watching you from once it goes up on the internet. I'm looking forward to doing more of this. Okay? I'm out of here. And again, support, 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 subscribe, share, advance. Black men be men, black women be women. Feminism has nothing to do with black people. We should be for women's rights and against women's wrongs. We should be for patriarchy that is virtuous, not exploitative or abusive of womanhood. Real men cherish, protect, and love women. Basically, a lot of men are sodomites that like vaginas. You're not a man, you're a bastard that happens to like orifices on women but care nothing for womankind. Abortion is murder. LGBTQ is an abomination. Men can love men of the same sex doesn't mean that you need to impale their orifices. Carpet munching is nasty. Oprah Winfrey is a prophet of destruction and filth. Do not go to see the color Slurple. Ofaga is one of the greatest enemies that we've ever had as a people, as is his macho wife, Manshell. Wake up. Um, Other people can't save us. Only we, with God, have a chance to save ourselves. The struggle for Black American national liberation is on us, and we are being betrayed from the inside. Ask yourself daily, are you a traitor to your people, or are you a person fighting for the liberation of your people? There's no in between. You're either a coon traitor or some kind of deviant sexuality coon, enemy of your people, or you're a patriot fighting for our salvation. There is no in between. You're either for Black liberation and reparations, and you wish well for Black people everywhere, or you're nothing but a melanated white supremacist. And I want to say to you, treason and every other people that are viable is punished with death. A lot of Black people in our community, where we are sovereign people, you would hang. Think about that. There are many people that you look up to who are worthy of death. That's the way it works everywhere else. I didn't call any names. You know exactly the kind of people I'm talking about. The folks that push this stuff, this shutdown, are worthy. And other communities, this kind of betrayal. The reason other people have solidarity and they have rules is they have both rewards and they have systems of punishment. We're the only people that worship our deviants and we hate our heroes.
That's an ass backward people. That's a slave people or people that are either being genocided or will be. Slavery is a choice, and so is race suicide. What's your choice? I'm Dr. Randy Short, signing off from the Angry Black Men's Book Club. We need MFM, we need land, we need freedom, and yes, we need our motherfucking money. We need it like yesterday, and you're either for us getting paid or you're for us being genocided slaves. I'm out of here.